We're going to start again. We still have more deputations to hear this afternoon. So I'll just remind people that we're going to finish the deputations on the transit item. We're going to, I think there's at least maybe one quick release item we can deal with first. And then we will have questions to staff, which will take some period of time because there'll be lots of members of council wanting to ask questions of staff. And then we'll have speakers. So this item has got a while to go yet. I'm sorry, excuse me. What I would like to do, I understand that, if I can just find my agenda here somewhere. You got yours there? I understand that we could deal with item, it's the one that has to do with the acquisition strategic, there it is, number 9.6. EX 9.6, there's a couple of motions, but that would allow us to dispose of that matter. I think as we can take these off one at a time, that's a good thing to do. And so, Councillor Deputy Mayor Bylaw is not here, but I'm quite prepared to put her motion on the table and sign it myself, and just so we can deal with this. So why don't we put up the one that I'm moving first? And this is one that deals with the citywide focus on strategic land acquisition to get some word back to us on the first quarter of 2020 on a framework for that. And then the other one from Councillor Bylaw, which I can change to have myself as the mover, has to do only with some wording changes, really technical, to make sure that we take into account adjacent properties as appropriate in reporting back on a precinct plan. So why don't I just put my signature there? So if people are clear on those, which are fairly straightforward, then we could just deal with those and deal with the item as amended, because I understand that we could move forward. Both of them are report requests. One is really just a direction to and report back on the citywide strategic acquisition. The other one is really not even a report request. It's really just talking about treating this as a precinct and reporting back on that a precinct plan and looking at adjacent properties. And it was the lack of the reference to the adjacent properties that was a shortcoming in the original version. Are people okay with that? So then we'll deal with these motions in order. Which one are you considering first? That one, okay. The first one is what was Councillor Bylaw, I've now signed it, and it's the more technical one to do with the adjacent properties. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. And then the second one is the one to do with getting a report on strategic acquisition policies citywide, including city building opportunities. That's coming from me. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. And then the item is amended. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. Okay. So we then move back, unless there's any other people that want to. There was one because of our former colleague. Very nice to see her here, Sarah Doucette. I think understanding how the process works here and knowing that her deputation she was going to give was all that stood between us and dealing with that matter, unless somebody has anything else to say about it. This was a EX 9.4, and she's taken her name off the deputation list, but she has left us with a written deputation, and so I hope people will look at that, since she was considerate of us in taking that off and not having to sit here all afternoon. So that is 9.4, and I think that was the only reason that was being held for a deputation, and so we can move the approval of the recommendation.
Yes. Read her deputation first.
Sure. Why don't we do that, and then sometime when we're between deputations here, we can just move this forward.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
See
Do
it.
people have that? It was sent out. It was I think it was actually a sort of a glossy brochure, wasn't it? Yeah. So we'll make sure it gets out. I don't know what happened to it.
I don't see it here.
Can't be far.
Thank you.
All right. Is that all for now then? Otherwise, I'll go back to the deputation list. And I've had a request because of a medical appointment to hear first, which I would concur with in your behalf, from Claire Hastings. Is Claire Hastings. There we are. Thank you, Ms. Hastings. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being bumped.
Let's have quiet for Ms. Hastings now, if we can, please. Thank you.
I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of you today. My family, which is growing, I have to leave for a midwife appointment shortly, and I live in a small 140-year-old house at the corner of Cummings and Wardell Streets. From our door to the edge of the train berm is about 30 meters, and the rail corridor is quite literally one of the major civic arteries in our lives. We moved into our house when our son Alec was a baby, and he's loved trains ever since then. I don't know if this is on, but I do have a photo of a very small child in front of a very large train, just to put that in the record. When I was on maternity leave, almost every day I would walk him strapped to my chest in a baby carrier through Bruce Mackey Park, which runs along the rail corridor. And every time a train moved by, he'd kick his dimply baby legs and giggle with glee. At a year and a half, he knew the difference between the GO trains and the VIA and would correct anybody that would try to tell him anything differently. Like Alec, my husband and I have embraced being by the rail corridor, and we've known since we moved in that some increase in rail traffic was likely. That's the nature of living by the tracks. These days, my family spends a lot of time in nearby parks and playgrounds, and our favorites are all along the train line. Tiverton, Bruce Mackey, and Jimmy Simpson Parks, McCleary Playground, and the Salter Street Parkette, just to name a few. These are the sites of bike races, fort building, raucous, swarming games of tag with neighborhood children. The community I live in is extraordinarily pro-transit, from collaborating with the city on plans for the downtown relief line to engaging with Metrolinx to increase GO train services. We are committed to getting Toronto moving. The new Ontario line presents an amazing opportunity to bring transit to underserved communities of Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park, and as well to the entire East End. And this is a good thing, and we support it. However, the Ontario line planning is, to be generous, preliminary. The current plan to run the line above ground between Gerrard and Eastern along the rail corridor, 30 meters from my front door, would be catastrophic for my family and our neighborhood. Widening the existing rail bed from 3 to 6 tracks would gobble up parkland and green spaces. Air quality would plummet, while noise pollution from trains passing every 45 seconds, 20 hours a day, would be incessant and would make our home and those around it potentially unlivable. I'm asking for your help today in 2 ways: to protect our neighborhood and support transit expansion by requiring Metrolinx to run the portion of the Ontario line from Gerrard to Eastern underground, and to require Metrolinx to hold comprehensive and meaningful community consultation with our neighborhood and other impacted communities. It's not every day that you can make a choice that ensures children, like my son Alec and his friends, will grow up in a healthy and vibrant community. But today, each of you can do that, and I hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hastings. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, well, thank you very much. Much appreciate your time. So now we'll go back to the list in the order in which we were proceeding through. And the next person we had was Elizabeth Block, Huron Sussex residents, and then followed by Sean Davis, followed by Jason Ash. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Greetings, friends. There's been a lot of things said that I agree with in the Quaker phrase, people who spoke my mind, and I won't repeat them. I don't know why the relief line was replaced by the Ontario line. I can think of several possible reasons. None of them are creditable to any of the people concerned. But I understand that the relief line did not destroy Leslieville. So what do we make of that? As for the Scarborough LRT, the wish to put that underground had nothing to do with sparing people the nuisance of having a train run by their house. It wasn't to protect homes. It wasn't, let alone to serve the TTC riders well. It was to get transit out of the way of the sacred car. Couple more things. I had an insight some years ago, which I will share with you, which was, if you could reduce civilization to one word, that word would be maintenance. And I am wondering, can we afford, will we be able to maintain all this transit? I am old enough, and some of you are too, to remember when there was not a tie-up on the TTC, on the subway, just about every day on account of something broke down. It used to be maintained really well. I would hope we could go back to that. Also, I am glad that somebody spoke up for people with disabilities. So far, I have the full use of my 4 limbs, but that may change. I know plenty of people who don't. And not every station at the moment is accessible to people who can't manage stairs. One more thing. Carry on the bike lanes east, on Bloor Street, east. I will use them with great pleasure. So will lots of other people.
Just see if there's a question for you there, ma'am.
Oh.
Any questions? Okay, there aren't any, but thank you. So thank you for your
Yes, I
patience.
cycled here.
Thank you for being here today. Then we had Sean Davis and Jason Ash and Gareth Scobie as the next 3. Mr. Davis, I presume, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor
Over to you,
Tory and
sir.
Executive Committee members. First, I would like to state that I am supporting the Ontario Line subway expansion. I wish to focus my comments today on the portion of the Ontario Line which is currently contemplated to cross the Don Valley from Minton Place. In addition to the inevitable multi-year construction-related inconveniences, some minor and some significant, which must be appropriately mitigated, long-term negative implications must also be mitigated, those being, among other things, increased noise levels, vibration impacts, and ground stability issues. These are referenced in passing in the Ontario Line initial business case. However, I would like to expand on them. By my count, there are approximately 30 homes which back directly onto the Don Valley within 100 meters of both sides of Minton Place. Our home is approximately 100 meters from Minton Place, adjacent to the Millwood Bridge, which is to the east. This portion of the valley has a very steep incline, and many of these homes were built close to the edge of the valley. For example, the rear wall of my home is only 6 to 7 meters from the edge of the valley. In the winter, with our home being close to the bridge, my partner and I both feel and hear buses and other large vehicles crossing the bridge expansion joints. We are very concerned that we will be feeling and hearing the much larger and heavier Ontario Line transit vehicles from the other side of our home for the year-round too. With regard to noise levels, as just noted, the Millwood Bridge is on the east side of our home. It's 6 lanes, and we have the Don Valley Parkway behind our home, which is also 6 lanes. As such, we already experience significant noise levels. With the Ontario Line once built on the west side of our home, the noise levels will undoubtedly increase further. It is imperative that the Ontario Line engineering and design incorporates appropriate materials and sound abatement technologies to mitigate further noise level increases to avoid significantly negatively impacting our and our neighbors' day-to-day quality of life and the enjoyment of our home and properties. With regard to vibrations, we are very concerned that there will be ground stability issues emanating from the Ontario Line for the homes built directly backing onto the Don Valley. As noted, these homes are very close to the edge of the valley. It is imperative that appropriate ground stability testing be completed and the side of the valley be adequately shored up such that the backyards, and more importantly, the foundations of these homes are not structurally damaged or otherwise negatively impacted. I look forward to both the receiving of feedback evidencing the addressing of these concerns as the Ontario Line goes through the planning process and the day when we have the resulting greatly improved transit in our surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of this deputant? Okay, seeing none, I'll thank you very much, and thank you for your patience as well. Jason Ash, Neighborhood Organization. Mr. Ash, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jason Ash. I am a lifelong resident of the Thorncliffe Park community and a lifelong TTC customer. Today, I am speaking with you regarding the Ontario Line in my capacity as a board member of the neighborhood organization TNO. TNO is a community-based nonprofit agency that operates in Toronto, including in Flemington Park and Thorncliffe Park. Thank you to Mayor Tory, a longtime friend of our communities, Deputy Mayor Denzel Min and Wong, our councillor for Flemington Park, TTC Chair Jay Robinson, our councillor for Thorncliffe Park, and the Executive Committee for its leadership on transit expansion. Thank you also to city staff for their report. We have read it, and agree that the promise of the Ontario line also comes with risks to our two communities. With that in mind, TNO recently held a town hall and separate rapid transit surveys for Flemington Park and Thorncliffe Park residents in an attempt to identify our community's preferences. Both surveys were open online, SurveyMonkey, from October 11th to October 20th. 196 surveys were completed in that time, 85 for Flemington Park, 111 for Thorncliffe Park. Of that sample, 91% identified themselves as Flemington Park residents, 88% identified themselves as Thorncliffe Park residents. Here are our findings. Support for a new rapid transit line to downtown is high in both communities, 90% in Flemington Park, 82% in Thorncliffe Park. However, support for an elevated train is quite low, only 26% in Flemington Park and only 18% in Thorncliffe Park. There is much more support for an underground subway, 62% in Flemington Park and 64% in Thorncliffe Park. Excuse me. In addition, 83% in Flemington Park support using Don Mills Road for new rapid transit expansion. 64% in Thorncliffe Park support using Overlea Boulevard. In terms of the ability to pay for it as customers, 62% and 65% in Flemington Park and Thorncliffe Park, respectively, are very unlikely or unlikely to pay an extra fare over and above the standard TTC fare in order to ride a new rapid transit line. Additionally, 87% in Flemington Park support their station being located south of Eglinton Avenue. So the interpretation is that they do want a standalone station, not just a second station at Don Mills and Eglinton. And only 43% in Thorncliffe Park support a maintenance and storage facility in their neighborhood's area. With regard to the town hall that we held it for both Flemington Park and Thorncliffe Park residents at the Jenner Jean-Marie Community Centre on Tuesday, October 15th. It was a Meet the Metrolinx town hall. It was announced on Friday, October 11th, just before Thanksgiving long weekend. It attracted, despite that short notice, 40 very engaged community members from both Flemington and Thorncliffe. Mr. Jamie Robinson, Community Director, Community Relations Director for Metrolinx, presented, and he responded to questions and concerns from both communities for over 90 minutes. Our request of the Executive Committee, TNO is requesting that the Executive Committee direct city-led consultations, separate from Metrolinx, to be held in each of the impacted Toronto communities, including Flemington Park and Thorncliffe Park, at the earliest opportunity, preferably before the end of November 2019, to ensure that the contributions of the City of Toronto and the TTC to the provincial engagement consultation process are informed and validated by the local residents that both will represent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of Mr. Ash? Okay, well, thank you very much, and I think it's very clear, though, that recommendation. We appreciate that. Gareth Scobie. And the next three are Gareth Scobie, Evelyn Cascanet, and Sarah Kelsey. So, Mr. Scobie, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Gareth Scobie. My wife and I live in Leslieville. We are here to express concern about the above-ground section from Eastern Avenue to Gerrard Street, and to ask that you please ensure it is buried below ground. I run a risk advisory firm advising the financial services industry. My wife works for an asset manager. We are part of the 200,000 workforce the Toronto Financial District BIA references in their submission to you. We are fiscal conservatives and we support a relief line. We moved to Leslieville because the neighbourhood has gone through hard times, but it is now experiencing significant renewal. What we wish to make sure you understand is how essential the area around Jimmy Simpson Park is to that renewal, and especially given the city manager's report making clear the desire to help equity-seeking communities, which the neighbourhood used to be. The above-ground section risks returning Leslieville to an equity-seeking community. Jimmy Simpson Park, as others have said, is the hub of our community, pulling in families and teams from all over. Those families and teams then eat, drink, and shop in the neighbourhood. As others have said, the only way to accommodate the Ontario line above ground is to expand the tracks from 3 to 6, and if it is to meet the timeline in the business case, build at the same time as the regional express route track expansion. Houses will need to be expropriated. It will be impossible to use the park, and hundreds of people that visit it daily will find somewhere else to go. Businesses with patios close to the train tracks may be inoperable. Revenue-generating events like the Art Fair and the Sounds of Leslieville Music Festival may be drowned out. Even use of the recreation centre that the Toronto Raptors recently visited and the NBA invested in may be at risk. The construction will clog streets adjacent to the work zone for a decade. Other infrastructure projects have shown this causes businesses to struggle, and if those fail, individuals currently investing in the neighbourhood may go elsewhere, and you risk the social problems of the past returning. If this risk is realised, the costs will be borne by all of Toronto. The above-ground risks, in our view, outweigh the rewards, and especially when you consider the city manager's report claims the Ontario line will not provide relief beyond 2041 and provides less city-building opportunities for Leslieville. There is a reason. The 2013 Leslieville Urban Design Guidelines from City Planning require city policy to protect, enhance and seek opportunities to develop parks, open spaces and places to sit. There is a reason Jimmy Simpson Park is included specifically in these guidelines. You have a choice. Help a neighbourhood realise the equity already invested in it, or risk throwing it away and making Leslieville dependent once more. We believe this choice will be the Ontario line's legacy. So we ask, in closing, that you please protect the progress made to date, and that you ensure that whatever agreement the city manager negotiates with the province includes a specific requirement to bury the above-ground section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Scobie, this deputant? Councillor Fletcher.
I just want to ask you quickly, there's a lot of transit in Leslieville. We have on-street streetcars, Broadview, Queen, Coxwell, Gerrard, so we have a lot of on-street. And then we have the large maintenance yard, 22 acres in the east end, and we have the Russell yard, so we basically maintain 3/4 of the fleet.
Okay.
And we have a Greenwood yards where all the subways leave. So it's not that we're against transit in any way or you're against transit.
Absolutely.
And you've raised the issue of kind of the constructability and the impacts. Do you think that the 6 bridges that have to be replaced, that has been taken into consideration yet, this point, for an above-ground Ontario line?
My personal view is no. I've looked at the bridge across, next to Jimmy Simpson Park. That's the one that I go under the most frequently. And I know that was built in 1926. I know it was built because I think it was the Grand Union Railway ran into a streetcar at surface level.
Yes.
It was a viaduct to appease a safety issue. If you look at the width of that, everybody I've spoken to has no idea how that bridge will survive unless there's a major construction job done on that. And we don't know what that's going to look like, but will it shut down Queen Street? It has to. We can't see how else it can.
And there's 6 of them, so there would be a significant construction impact.
I will defer to you on the number. If there's 6, there's 6.
And you'd like to probably know what that would be for the...
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions of the deputant? Okay,
Thank you.
then we would move next to Evelyn Cascanet.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please go ahead.
Dear Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee, I live in the Leslieville community with my family and support the need for more transit and the Ontario Line. However, the proposed segment between Easton and Gerrard needs to be underground. The existing rail corridor consists of 3 tracks and is elevated along an embankment with bridges that have been evaluated as heritage. The rail corridor was built tight to this existing older neighborhood prior to any guidelines between rail infrastructure and development. Therefore, buildings and properties are located much closer to the corridor. The Metrolinx guidelines follow federal FMC RAC guidelines, regulating a 2.5-meter berm plus 30-meter setback for any development from the rail corridor. 30-meter setbacks are typically used to ameliorate proximity concerns and are considered by the railways as a mandatory requirement for residential development. Reduced setbacks may be possible, but in the majority of cases, the alternate safety barriers are crash walls. So I'm just trying to get this presentation there. Okay, sorry. There we go. The province and Metrolinx proposed to double the existing rail corridor from 3 to 6 tracks, 2 new Ontario Line tracks plus 1 new Metrolinx track. The 3 new tracks are proposed to be elevated from Cherry Street to Gerrard. The planned intensification to double the amount of tracks will increase the footprint of the rail corridor and will divide the neighborhood through the creation of significant permanent impacts, which are 1, safety. The standard 30-meter setback cannot be met and is not a viable option for small, pre-existing dense neighborhoods like Leslieville. Due to limited setback potential, the remaining mitigation measure would be to construct a continuous high crash wall in this existing neighborhood that is currently open on either side. 2, noise and vibration. There are no sound barriers along the segment, and the elevated embankment is visually screened by trees. Ontario Line corridor expansion and traffic intensification to 1 train every 45 seconds would increase noise and vibration. Mitigation measures would likely be a 5-meter high sound wall, which do not eliminate train noise and in addition have a permanent sterilizing impact. As per the FMC RAC guidelines, mitigation solutions should not create an onerous, high-engineered condition that overwhelms the aesthetic quality of an environment. 3, expropriation. If widening the rail corridor is required to accommodate the project that equals significant property acquisition of homes, businesses, and community amenities. 4, constructability. The Ontario Line may be a widened embankment or elevated guideway structure for 2 new tracks straddling the existing corridor. Retaining walls, crash walls, sound walls, elevated guideways, bridge extensions, or tearing down the bridges take up space. The precedent could be the Davenport Diamond project. Though the community and council were not supportive of the Gardiner Expressway for GO trains, Metrolinx timelines did not allow for below-grade separation, which was asked of Metrolinx. The 2027 timelines for the Ontario Line sound similar. The rail corridor is narrow and 0 to minimal setbacks. There is no space for this additional infrastructure. 5, public health and the environment. If the corridor is widened, this could result in temporary and permanent impacts to the neighborhood amenities such as playgrounds, community centers, parkettes, and open spaces. If the segment between Easton and Gerrard is built underground, then all these great amenities and green infrastructure can be retained. To conclude, intensifying and expanding the existing rail corridor will create significant permanent impacts, dividing Leslieville along the rail corridor. The Mayor and City Council must insist on stronger conditions that defend Toronto's interest to protect its healthy, vibrant neighborhoods. The speed at which the province wants to roll out the project will mean little consultation and opportunity to successfully resolve mitigation impacts with the community. Create an Ontario Line that works for everyone. The segment from Eastern to Gerrard Street should be underground. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I figured you were getting to the end there. Thank you so much. Are there questions of Ms. Cascanet? Okay, thank you for your trouble, and thank you for your patience. Next, we have Sarah Kelsey, then Shelley Hanson, and then Greg Gray. Ms. Kelsey?
Hi.
Welcome. All set to go there?
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak with you on behalf of my young family. My 2-month-old son is actually over there right now, as well as all of my neighbors who couldn't make today simply because they're working to provide for their families. First, I want to say I'm very pro-transit. I've lived near transit lines my entire life, even when I didn't live in Toronto and I lived in Ajax. I lived near the GO train line out there. I'm especially pro the Ontario line. I think it's a great opportunity to expand transit into underserved communities and areas of our city. But I am, like many of the speakers today, pro it with one big caveat, that the area from Gerrard to Eastern be reevaluated, that more public consultation be required to actually have this line built in the way that it's described right now, and that hopefully it be buried underground. I've lived in the Riverside community for about 4 years. Previously to that, I lived in High Park, Trinity Bellwoods, and in Kensington Market. In my time east of the Don, I've come to realize that it is probably one of the most family-oriented in the city. This photo on the deck is actually a look at Tiverton Park on any given Sunday. It is full of families. People go there to actually talk about their day, their work, to actually talk about what's happening in the city, to support one another. As everybody has said that's spoken before me, there are several parks, there are community centers, there are restaurants, there are small businesses that surround these rails. These areas all will be destroyed by an above-ground line for the Ontario line. The expropriation will destroy them. And the gravest concern that I have for the community members, not only for myself and for my young family and for the children, is the noise. Because the Ontario Line proposal seeks to increase the number of trains running through our neighbourhood manyfold, the noise bombarding the community will definitely be constant. Requisite overnight construction will only make the problem worse. Long-term maintenance and upkeep will also be a grave issue. We already live in a noise-filled area of the city, largely because we are surrounded by transit. Transit we greatly support. But this constancy, the consistency of this Ontario line will handicap our children and future constituents. These statements aren't dramatic, they're not false, they're actually fact, and they're in line with those that were mentioned by Dr. Mark Tessero this morning. They were also outlined in articles in The Atlantic and The New Yorker, which show definitive proof that noise pollution is a looming public health crisis. Each of those articles highlighted damning studies that confirm the falsity of the saying, you get used to the noise and the rumble along the tracks. Large-scale studies have shown that if the constant noise keeps up over minutes, days, months, years, a person's risk of high blood pressure, coronary heart disease, and heart attacks and strokes, and depression and dementia surge. The result, as the World Health Organization noted in recently published research, is that people who are constantly bombarded with noise lose more than 3 healthy years of their life over a given lifetime. Noise is never just about sound, as The Atlantic noted. It is inseparable from issues of power and powerlessness. It is a violation people can't control, to which, because of our anatomy, we cannot close ourselves off. As a community, we are powerless to fight this damning Ontario Line above-ground proposal from Gerrard to Eastern, but you are not. I am urging you, City Council and the Executive Committee, to please reevaluate this section of the Ontario Line and to approve the Ontario Line with the caveat that this portion be reevaluated and be put underground.
Thank you very much. I'll have to ask you to conclude there, which you were anyway. Thank you. Are there any questions of this deputy? Okay, thank you so much for your
Thank
you. Shelley Hanson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mayor Tory, members of the Executive Committee, good afternoon. My name is Shelley Hanson, and I'm here to respectfully ask you to revisit the original concept for the underground relief line. My partner and I have been living at Queen and Carlaw for 3 years, almost to the day. And even though our work in the performing arts often requires us to live like nomads for periods of time, this pocket of East End Toronto has become home to us. We are connected to a community that is greater than the sum of its parts. I have to confess I almost bailed out on speaking today because I wasn't sure that I had anything fresh or valuable to add to the mix. I am not affiliated with any community organization, but I have listened carefully to the many heartfelt words spoken during community and neighborhood meetings over the past several months. I agree with everything that has been said. And even though the impact of this potential above-ground project will not be as acute for us, my partner and I, in terms of where we live, it has become very clear that there are many other pressing issues that merit expanded conversation, thorough examination, and hopefully collaborative resolutions. So I am lending support to the people from my neighborhood who are voicing their deep concerns about the proposed plans for the above-ground portion of the Ontario Line. The website 880cities.org offers this suggestion, and I quote, "In the context of a city, we tend to define communities geographically. But what if we considered our neighborhoods and streets ecosystems?" End of quote. The ecosystem of our community is staunchly pro-transit. Everyone acknowledges and embraces the need for a robust transit network to support the far-reaching span of Toronto's unique ecosystem. The original Relief Line proposal, an underground subway system, is the visionary transit blueprint that will best serve the communities along the Lakeshore East corridor and northeast of Toronto's downtown core. I know in my heart, Mayor Tory, that you and the rest of the Executive Committee, many of others of my colleagues in our community, you're working for the best possible outcome for all concerned. I'm confident that we share the same goals as this project continues moving forward, preferably underground. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for yours. Just wait there 1 second, see if there's any questions for you. Okay, I see none, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Greg Gray, and then Michael Rosenberg and Ben Vazzolo. Those are the next three.
Okay.
Hey, Greg, there you are. My goodness, that's
There I am.
very
I got
well
2
done.
minutes. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Tory, members of the Executive Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Greg Gray. I'm a daily TTC user, a supporter of expanded transit across our city, and someone who lives in a neighborhood that will be directly affected by the proposed Ontario line. My wife and I have been on Degrassi Street for about 18 years. It's encouraging to hear that the city and province are working together on expanding transit. It's especially heartening to read in the Toronto Ontario Transit Update that the province has committed to collaboration with the city and TTC as these priority projects are developed. I'm asking today that, as you collaborate with Metrolinx in these all-important early stages, you recommend they run the portion of the Ontario line between Eastern and Gerrard below ground. One reason for building the Ontario line below ground can be found in Metrolinx's initial business case on page 60, which reads, where impacts to the natural and built environments are concerned, a tunneled alignment, such as that proposed by Relief Line South, avoids major impacts to communities, fauna, and flora. Another can be found in the Toronto Ontario Transit Update document itself, which says the portions of the line that are above grade or on an elevated guideway have the potential for permanent noise and vibration, property traffic, and visual impacts. For example, the section between Cherry Street and Gerrard Street East has the potential for significant impacts on the existing community and will require great care during the design process and during construction. Operational impacts may also result. Everyone involved in this project knows that keeping the Ontario line above grade is going to be incredibly destructive to the communities it's going to run through. Yet an above-grade Ontario line is what's on the table. I believe you have the power to change that. I believe you have the power to get this done properly and underground. Because if this goes as currently planned, if this is built above ground, you run the risk of burying entire communities in the process. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for yours. Do we have any questions for Mr. Gray from the members of the council? Okay, Mr. Gray, thanks very much. Michael Rosenberg. I saw Michael earlier. Is he here now? There he is. You know the drill, Mr. Rosenberg. 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so my comments involve a couple of root issues, but are mainly about the consultation processes that are involved. It's becoming obviously a little bit difficult to find out who's making the detailed decisions. And I think that the City of Toronto, if there's going to be a transit office through the transit expansion office through the City of Toronto, should actually help with the consultation process in 2 ways. One is by actually working on the public consultation process jointly with Metrolinx, and I think that that's very important. And the other is to actually make known to the public what the actual organizational structure is. I submitted one of these proposals, and I had no idea who I was supposed to submit it to. It was back in July when things were a little bit less certain. I actually ended up submitting it to the TTC's office up in North York, where they deal with the Scarborough expansion, and I asked them to make sure that they would send it to the appropriate people at Metrolinx. I don't know if that was done or not, but my point is we need to have a way to actually get things to the right people. The City of Toronto should find out what the actual decision-making structure is at Metrolinx and release that to the public. Because I want to be able to send things to right down to the right engineer. I mean, that's one of the advantages of public meetings is that everybody's there, and when you speak, you know the right person's hearing you because everybody's hearing you. And that's why public consultations in the form of town halls are much more effective than open houses where you have no idea whether the right person got your message. So we need to have some real information about the structure of this decision-making available to the public with names and telephone numbers so that we can contact the right people. Now, I just want to mention two specific proposals. One is the Scarborough extension, where the extension towards Shepherd East does not have to be a T intersection. It can be done at an angle in such a way that you could have both the north extension and the extension back west without having to have a T. So I want to make sure that this gets to the right engineer at Metrolinx or whoever it is or wherever they are so that they can deal with that. And the other point I want to mention is with regard to the Eglinton West, I hope that the proposal for an elevated section near Jane and Eglinton is off the table because that is a very important natural area of the city, and I don't think we want some like Gardner Expressway like elevated section there. So I don't want to see that become an elevated section. Thank you. Those are my points.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. Are there questions of the deputy? All right. Well, hearing none, I will thank you very much for coming. And we'll move on to Ben Vizzolo, Fontbonne Ministries, Sisters of St. Joseph.
We're 43 and 44 together.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. You're most welcome, and thank you for coming, and over to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Ben Vizzolo, and I'm the Executive Director of Fontbonne Ministries, which is a community and social services agency founded by the Sisters of St. Joseph. We operate 6 programs across Toronto. 3 of our programs, Fontbonne Place, Mustard Seed, and In Good Company, are located at 791 Queen Street East at the intersection with Degrassi Street. And this first picture shows the building at 791 Queen Street East and the railroad running beside it. The building is between 14 and 25 meters from the tracks over which the Ontario Line vehicles would run. 25 meters from the tracks, 14 meters from the rail bed. With me today is my colleague Leanne Kloppenborg. Sister Gwen Smith, one of Fontbonne Ministries' founding sisters, a longtime resident of Fontbonne Place and founder of Mustard Seed, would have also joined me today, but she's not available, unfortunately. Fontbonne Place is a private residence with 18 rent-geared-to-income apartments serving older single women who have difficulty finding housing. Adjacent is Mustard Seed, which serves vulnerable adults offering drop-in programs, meals, skill-building workshops, and other programming. And from this building, we also coordinate our friendly visiting program, In Good Company. Although we welcome and support building new and improved transit for everyone's benefit, we have a few concerns we want to voice regarding the change to an overland rather than subway service and the Ontario Line stop at Queen and Degrassi Streets. Because the populations we serve are vulnerable and many of our residents and participants have experienced trauma, issues around noise and noise pollution are of concern. Noise from passing trains and construction and maintenance can be disconcerting for people who are already dealing with mental, physical, or emotional distress. One of our residents shared that she would not know how to emotionally or physically deal with the noise and vibration resulting from the increased frequency of trains running past her home, but she wouldn't be able to move because there's nowhere else for her to go. The impact on green space in the area, both for people, plants, and animals, is also top of mind. In front of our building, we have one of the only gardens on this stretch of Queen Street. We maintain it at our own cost, and this beautiful space is to remind our tenants and participants that we value them and also to contribute to the ambiance of the neighborhood. The BIA often makes use of this space for community events, and our neighbors are always welcome to sit and enjoy the space. We're not sure what the impact on the trees and plants will be of this additional above-ground service, which will have a station right across the street. The proximity of an expanded rail bed to Fontbonne Place and the vibration from the increased frequency of trains could have a negative impact on the building itself. Livability is another concern. While increased transit for all is welcome, the vibration and noise of the above-ground service will also impact livability for the people who live, visit, and work at Fontbonne Place and Mustard Seed 7 days a week. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today and understand that there's no easy solution and that increased transit is overall a good thing for the City of Toronto. However, we ask that the committee and City Council consider the potential temporary and permanent impacts to residents and businesses in the Leslieville Riverside community as planning, design, and delivery of the Ontario Line proceeds, and request that Metrolinx run the portion of the Ontario Line between Gerrard Street and Eastern Avenue underground, or ensure that noise and vibration mitigation is implemented all along the Ontario Line and that green space is protected.
I just have a few more comments to add to what Ben has already said. I'm Leanne Kloppenborg, and I have responsibility for the building itself at 791 Queen Street East and the women who live there. I really hope and trust that some of the women said to me, well, what's the point of even going and talking, because we only pay 30% of a social security income for our rent. Nobody's going to listen to you because we're not paying $3,000 a month for rent. We're paying this small amount. And I assured them that this committee would listen to us and hear their concerns. Some of the women actually who live in the building wanted to be here today, but it just was not possible for them. I hope that you have a chance. I know at least one wrote a letter, and I hope you have a chance to read that. It was quite phenomenal. Their concerns are that certainly they will be impacted by the densification of service on that line, the additional noise and vibration. Many of them suffer from mental health issues, and that will certainly exacerbate their issues. One of them said to me, they're really worried that we will lose our gardens. We have a garden that many of our neighbors share in the front of our building, and they're really worried that we will lose that we will lose our parking lot, and some of them have even expressed the concern that we will lose our building, and they will be displaced with no place to go. The tagline for Fontbonne Ministries is, doing the ordinary with extraordinary care. And that is our daily challenge to ourselves. I hope you take up this challenge today, that you look and see how you can resolve, how we together can resolve our need for additional transit while caring for our neighborhood and our environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there some questions of these deputants? Okay. Well, we appreciate it. It's a unique situation. We appreciate having the information. And
thank you. Just wanted to clarify, we're not a nunnery. Somebody mentioned
We're referred to as the nunnery, but we're not the nunnery.
Tell the residents that.
That's right.
Tell the residents that we appreciate their input coming through, both of you visiting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jessica Bell, Member of Provincial Parliament, Andy Gort, Federation of North Fontra, and Mathura Karunananthe, Council of Agencies Serving South Asians. Those are the next three. Ms. Bell, good afternoon.
Hi.
Welcome to City Hall.
Thank you so much. My name's Jessica Bell. I'm the MPP for University Rosedale. I'd like to thank you for the negotiations that you have done to secure an arrangement with the province that does have a lot of positive things in it, including the decision to not move forward with uploading the rest of the subway, to negotiate with municipalities to have some fair revenue matching, and to have the TTC hopefully operate the new lines. I do also want to emphasise that at Queen's Park, I can see very clearly the kind of influence that City Council has. The decision you made to oppose the subway upload had an impact at Queen's Park because it did not give the Conservative government, the Ford government, the legitimacy it was wanting to justify its decision to upload the subway. What you do here with this report, the motions you pass now and on the 29th and the 30th, they matter. I do want to speak a little bit about some of the ways that we could, that I'm asking Council to negotiate with Toronto to improve the deal that you are working on. It would be very good to have the city reinforce its commitment to have public control over planning, over construction and over maintenance. It is not clear if maintenance will be privatised in this arrangement. It should be under public control. It would be good to have the City Council reinforce its commitment to keep the fares on the new lines affordable. We do not want a situation like we had with Metrolinx doing the Union Pearson Express, but in the east instead, where they priced the line at $27.50. And even now, even though it is cheaper, it still costs another fare to ride. I don't think that is good for our city. It's certainly not good for ridership. And I'm also calling on you to advocate for a route alignment that respects communities' concerns. You've had people here all day talking about the benefits of Relief Line South and their concerns with the Ontario line, especially through the Toronto Danforth neighbourhood. And it would be good to have your commitment to that in writing as well. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Are there questions of this deputy? Okay, well, thank you very much for your patience in being here today.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And we agree with you that we can make a difference up there in that place where you work. Thank you. Andy Gort, Federation of North Toronto Residents. Oh, there you are. Look at that. Beat me to the punch. Welcome, and please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Council. My name is Andy Gort, and I'm a steering committee member of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association, and John Bossens is here as well. We'll speak in a minute. I also am the president of the South Eglinton Residents Association. We are right at Yonge and Eglinton. We agree and approve of the agreement that's been negotiated, but we did have some conditions that we would like to suggest. On the positive side, we think it's wonderful that the TTC upload has been cancelled. And we also think the Ontario line, the routing, is a lot more ambitious than the previous one, visiting some vertical neighbourhoods that now will have connections such as Flemington Park and Thorncliffe Park. On the negative side, we are very concerned about the time frame and that there is yet a greater delay in terms of the existing network that in North Toronto we are living with every day. We have basically we're nervous that it will not last long enough to be a safe and operational system till the relief line is in place, and we have some suggestions and measures that we would like to propose. The reason why we're bringing them up here is because they also involve probably the Ontario government and will also mean negotiating with the Ontario government. On the first part, it relates to the capacity of the existing system. There is a proposal in front of, or was put in front of the City Council and the TTC board about upgrading the Yonge line and bringing it up to standard. It was a $9 billion capital plan that is not completely funded or mostly unfunded today. And the consequences of that plan not going forward is that we will have problems, according to that TTC report, already in the mid-2020s. So we're asking to accelerate that plan and for it to be fully funded in order to make sure that that young line operates to the best of its capacity. The second area in terms of capacity is we are really interested in the city exploring north-south alternate transportation corridors. It's nothing new. We are a big fan of SmartTrack because we think it's a brilliant idea to use all these GO lines that are totally underutilized and that traverse all kinds of Toronto neighborhoods. So we would like to see more focus on that from a basically investment point of view and accelerated those and also expanded in scope to add additional GO lines. The third one is explore bus transit lines north-south and get results similar to the King Line for maybe streets like Yonge Street and Mount Pleasant. And the last one is to integrate the fare structure between Metrolinx and TTC to provide an incentive for travelers to utilize both systems. The last point I want to make is...
I'll ask you to wrap up on that basis. Thank you.
Is the ridership demand on that side, whether this is the time to take a step back and to say, should we allow all the growth that is coming in those corridors to proceed, or should it be matched to the transit capacity? And that also means negotiations with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing about things like Bill 108 or OPA 405 in terms of putting pause on some of those kinds of measures that have come forward. So thank you very much.
And are there questions of Mr. Gordon? Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mathura Karananathi, Council of Agencies Serving South Asians. And then the next two after that, John Bossons and Moya Beal.
So thank you, Executive Committee members. My name is Mathura Karananathi. I live and work and volunteer in Ward 24, Scarborough. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As a senior research analyst at the Council of Agencies Serving South Asians, I'm interested in the social determinants of health that impact racialized communities. I'm passionate about racialized folks getting equitable access to public transit. I want to ensure we have our concerns dealt with, the policy and programming of transit. Today, I want to share 3 concerns I have on transit. Firstly, Scarborough transit riders are being left in limbo. Secondly, there is a lack of meaningful public consultation. Thirdly, keeping decision-making power in the hands of the province leaves the concerns of racialized folks in Toronto out of policy and programming decisions. Firstly, the province is going ahead with their plan for a 3-stop subway, Scarborough subway, pardon me. This project will delay the line opening until 2030. Moreover, the Scarborough RT may not be viable by this deadline as it is set to be decommissioned by 2026. To respond to this gap in service, the city and province had noted that they will negotiate about who will pay to continue maintaining the SRT or replacement transit service in Scarborough as a result of the change. What this means in plain speech is that Scarborough RT users will be riding buses. As most of us know, bus service is low in Scarborough. The lack of planning to support folks in Scarborough could lead to a further increased commute time for folks in Scarborough, especially racialized folks. For example, when you compound the poor transit with a lack of decent, well-paying jobs in Scarborough, it means that a lot of folks are headed out of Scarborough for their jobs. When I used to work in downtown, it used to take me 1 hour and approximately 20 minutes to get to work. I could not now imagine spending more than 3 hours on my commute to work, just wasting time away from family and taking care of my loved ones. The city should take a stronger position in advocating and planning for Torontonians. More specifically, we need a concrete plan on the SRT. Secondly, there is a real lack of consultation with the racialized folks on decisions that impact us. For example, communities along the proposed Ontario line are raising concerns about safety, environmental, and noise impacts. Additionally, folks in consultations about the Relief line are concerned about wasting their work and delays to transit. Real community consultation is needed on transit projects, and so far this has not happened along the Ontario line. Moreover, many Toronto neighborhoods are having issues with the Metrolinx not respecting community concerns, including Crombie Park, Weston, and Agent Court. There's a real lack of care and concern for our communities. I urge the city to take up more meaningful approaches to consultations with racialized communities and find solutions that are community-focused. Thirdly, we should keep transit in Toronto's hands, and we need to keep transit public. The Premier is calling the shots about what gets built, where and how. Under Bill 107, the province gets to decide where and when to build new transit lines. Under the proposed agreement, the TTC will continue to operate the existing network and will maintain day-to-day operations of the 4 provincial priority projects as they come to service, including labor relations with respect to maintenance functions and service level standards. The province will work with the city and the TTC to further define the roles and responsibilities through operating and maintenance agreements. This leaves communities wondering about the privatization.
Move towards your conclusion if you can.
Oh, pardon.
Thank you.
This leaves communities wondering about the privatization of TTC maintenance without provincial ownership. In conclusion, I urge the city to work with racialized communities in policy and programming, and we need to keep transit public, equitable, and accessible for its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the deputy? I see none, but I thank you very much. I appreciate your submission. Where are we here now? John Bossons, Moya Beal, and Jin Su Ju are the next 3. John Bossons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also appearing before you on behalf of FONTRA, the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations, and I won't repeat what Andy has already said, but indeed we've sent in a letter which you have before you, I believe, where we set out a number of things that express our concerns and hopes. First of all, we support in principle the proposal that's before you, but we have to express also our concern with a number of issues that you're going to have to deal with. It's essential that we get better transit, especially in the Yonge corridor. The extension of the relief line up to Eglinton is of crucial importance, and speeding that up so that that occurs by hopefully 2027 or at least by 2030 as opposed to 2040 is a huge improvement over the plans that we were seeing before. So that aspect of the proposal is great. The fact that the control of the TTC is returned to the city is great. However, concerns. I've certainly heard the concerns about the impact on Leslieville, and I'm sure that's something you will want to deal with. We rely on the EAs that will be required to deal with some of those issues, but I think it's important to say, too, it's important that the city have a role to play in approving the layout and design of the Ontario line after those EAs. To have that just done by the province alone, with no city involvement, with merely ministerial approval, means abdicating, I believe, your responsibility. So, and I think it's important to recognize here, too, that that you have a lever in the form of approving the reallocation of federal contributions. The federal government's willingness to provide funds is dependent on city approval, and I believe you can use that as a lever to ensure that the city does have a role in determining the location of where the route goes. Secondly, turning back to the Yonge Street corridor, our prime concern, as I said, is getting relief for the Yonge Street line. The Yonge Street line is already at capacity effectively. And the effect of adding Line 5, all the additional will come in from across town, not to mention the impact of the huge amount of development that has been approved in the Yonge Eglinton area and north of Eglinton, makes it absolutely mandatory that more is done. Merely bringing the Ontario line up to Eglinton does nothing to help serve the huge amount of additional development that's happening north of Eglinton in the Yonge corridor. So we urge you, following on Andy's remarks about the smart TAP model, to urge the provincial government and to urge Metrolinx to accelerate the use of the Richmond Hill GO line. The Richmond Hill GO line has the potential right now of being tied into the Shepherd line. It's only about 150 meters south. That would already go some distance towards utilizing the Richmond Hill line to relieve the Yonge Street subway. Similarly, extending
I have to ask you to reach the conclusion shortly.
I will, in about 3 sentences.
Okay.
Similarly, extending the Ontario line north to Lawrence would enable it to be integrated into the Richmond Hill GO line, which would provide another route and provide an alternative to the extension of the Yonge Street subway to Richmond Hill. We are very concerned about the impact of that extension of the Yonge Street subway on the ability of the Yonge Street subway to allow people south of Lawrence to be able to get on in the morning.
All right. I'll stop you there if I can.
That's fine. Thank you.
Any questions do we have for Mr. Boston's? I'll just ask you just 2 very brief ones myself. First, you're aware of the fact that the Yonge Street, because your point is well taken and certainly agreed upon here, that the Yonge Street extension to the north must not proceed until such time as relief capacity is in place and operating. And you're aware of that? That's actually a
Absolutely.
of all these deals.
But what concerns us is that caveat only ensures that the line gets built to Eglinton and it does nothing to relieve the growing problems north of Eglinton.
Yeah.
So what we're concerned about is we do not think that the extension of the Yonge Street subway should be built.
Ever.
Ever. Well, at least certainly not until
foreseeable
the opportunities for using the Richmond Hill GO line have been explored. And it's
Just on
actually
that, I'll just make a suggestion to you. I'll try to make it in a question, but I don't know if you've ever talked to the Metrolinx people, because I've been pushing on this Richmond Hill as a relief for Yonge Street now because it's there.
Yes.
And they tell me that when they've done research, of the vast majority of people who use the Yonge Street subway are not going necessarily all the way downtown. So as a result, the Richmond Hill GO service is of less utility to them. So you may want to talk to them about that, but they've done some research on this.
Okay, but the Richmond Hill GO line, particularly if it's integrated with the Ontario line, can allow for transfers at Shepherd, at Eglinton, and at Bloor.
Yeah.
So in fact, it can serve as a way of distributing people coming down east and west as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boston. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Chaitana Calabar are the next 3. And we're getting there, folks. We're at number 49 now out of 58. 57. Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Executive Committee members, for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Moya Beal. I'm a resident of Ward 20 and have lived in Scarborough for nearly 30 years. I congratulate city staff on the achievements thus far, but I'm here to say this deal is not good enough. With the province's need for our go-ahead for federal funding, I think you can do better. This deal still leaves our transit planning in the hands of the province. We've heard a lot of deputations this afternoon about a problem that I think if the city was planning the Ontario line, you wouldn't have had this problem about whether to put the line above ground through a highly populated area. This deal forces new lines on us that have had no credible business case analysis, contrary to the advice from the city's own transit advisory panel that transit planning be transparent and based on evidence. By adding more variables and lengthier timelines, higher costs, and further delays, this deal sets up a receding horizon for our city that so desperately needs better transit. This is bad faith treatment of Toronto's residents. It is especially bad for Scarborough. Other than the Scarborough extension, the overbuild that fails to reach most of Scarborough and doesn't take most of us where we want to go, Scarborough does not exist on the city's list of priorities or on the Premier's transit map. We're living with a long trail of broken transit promises from both our mayors and our premiers. Our communities are desperate for the city building boost that better transit can bring. There's been study after study documenting the huge level of need for better transit in Scarborough. I'm sorry I don't have something for the overhead, but this map is from a recent report by John Stapleton. The yellow areas show the neighborhood improvement areas of Toronto. The purple areas show the areas of Toronto that should be designated as neighborhood improvement areas. But when you look at the Scarborough area of this map, you see that most of the map is in color. It's either yellow or purple. And the only way that those colors are going to be removed from the map is a transit network. And here's another map showing the need for better transit, for rapid transit in Scarborough. This is a map from the Transform Toronto report. It shows the per capita emissions. It shows the per capita emissions from personal vehicle use. And in Scarborough, will it show it? What do I do? Oh, it's on the screen. Yay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. High technology. Fantastic. All right. Yeah. So look at Scarborough. Scarborough has the highest per capita emissions, greenhouse gas emissions from personal vehicle use. And the reason for that is because we have crappy public transit in Scarborough. We don't have the luxury of waiting a decade to get people out of cars and onto public transit. Earlier this month, Council declared a climate emergency, and there are many speeches of the need to take bold action. I'm asking you to put Scarborough on the transit map. Move forward with the shovel-ready Eglinton East LRT.
All right.
Start building it now.
I'll ask you to conclude there. Thank you.
Work on it while evidence-based planning takes care of all of the other transit pieces that are part of this deal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there questions of Councillor McKelvey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for speaking about Scarborough Transit. I am familiar with the John Stapleton report that you spoke to. So firstly, I did want to let you know that I will be bringing a member's motion to council next week to look at the designation of the neighborhood improvement areas based on his work. And he does point in there that something we're not looking at is the income after tax and after shelter, and that calculation needs to be updated in the way that we designate our neighborhood improvement areas. So I guess my question is, do you feel that we should also be looking at transit and accessibility to transit as part of that as well?
Absolutely. I mean, transit is fundamental in city building, in lifting up our communities, in linking our communities, in bringing in the development, the social development, the economic development, the affordable housing, the jobs, the training. It's key. In fact, our mayor, when he returned from the 2015 Paris Conference on Climate Change, said that transit is key. He said that in the context of climate change, and he's absolutely right. But transit is also key in looking at economic and social development.
And I do live in one of those wards that has the highest emissions of greenhouse gases, and I do know that it's because we lack public transit. It is sorely needed in the eastern end of the city. And do you feel then, based on your deputations, that the Eglinton East LRT is a very important project for eastern Scarborough?
Well, of course, for all of Scarborough. I mean, for the route that it travels along, but also what it brings to that route in terms of the opportunities. Because when I look at the Scarborough maps right now, I see that it is a map of untapped opportunity and wasted potential.
So North Scarborough, basically, we define that as north of the 401, correct?
Sure, but the original plan was for a transit network.
Right.
In fact, that was part of the rationale for the Eglinton East LRT when the city moved from a 3-stop to a 1-stop extension. That was what made it livable.
So the Eglinton East LRT should be built then north of Shepherd to Malvern then, so that it's reaching North Scarborough?
Well, of course. And in fact, one of the big issues for the people in Malvern is food security. They don't have a way to get to grocery stores.
And then similarly, the Scarborough subway, whether you agree with the subway or not, it is better if it's continuing also north of the 401, which would be under these 3 stops. Is that not also an improvement over a single stop?
Really, no. I mean, I characterized it as an overbuild, and I think in these times, remember, Metrolinx in 2013 did a business case analysis of the three-stop subway and found that in order to justify it, it would take 52 30-story buildings.
But the province is now paying for it, so that is a win if we can move that money to
one
the Eglinton East
taxpayer.
LRT.
We are all paying for it, whether the city's building it or the province is building it.
But you want the Eglinton East LRT?
I absolutely do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions for the deputy? I have just one. I've asked this before to others today. I don't know if you were here, and I don't want to bore you, but you are aware when you made your statements about shovel-ready for the and getting on with the Eglinton East LRT that this deal, whatever criticisms you may have of it, actually does, by having the province assume responsibility for the Scarborough subway, which they've legislated they're going to build, and I support, by the way, but which they've legislated they're going to build, it frees up $1 billion of city money that we have been collecting and continue to collect to this day, which were meant to pay for the Scarborough subway, and those dollars can now be applied to, pursuant to this agreement that we're talking about, to state of good repair and to two priority projects that are mentioned in the agreement, again, Scarborough East LRT, the Eglinton East LRT, and the Waterfront Transit. You're aware of that?
Yeah, I think I'm also aware that the other aspects of Bill 107 have not been lifted, so that the province still has the say-so about what kind of transit Toronto builds. And my understanding also of this deal is that the province may decide that and I'm not arguing against this, I know that we've got a $30 billion maintenance bill that has to be paid, but my understanding of this deal is that money would go to that as a priority rather than the Eglinton East.
No, actually, it doesn't say that. If you read it, it says that we can have it go to either place, to state of good repair or expansion. I think what it says is priority transit expansion projects as designated by the city, of which Eglinton East LRT and Waterfront Transit are already two, because they're already in our transit plan, and it simply says we could move that money in whatever portion we decide as a council to those projects. In fact, we're going to get a report from the city manager and city staff on what the options are for that. So certainly state of good repair is a big part of that. I only wanted you to be aware of that because, make sure you were, because you'd sort of said get on with the Eglinton East LRT. I think you'd find very broad support for that around this council.
I know.
But money is always a major impediment, and this actually opens the door to at least a partial answer on money, perhaps accompanied by some from the federal government. So,
Yeah, sure.
thank you.
Start now.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Jin Suju here. Okay. Chaitanya Kalavar. Not here? Okay. Grant Humes. I know Mr. Humes has patiently been sitting here because I've seen him. There he is. Good day, Mr. Humes. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Tory. Mayor Tory, members of the Executive Committee, thank you for your time today. It's going to be a long day for you folks, I can see. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this item. So the Toronto Financial District, BIA, is an area that represents 15 square blocks and 200,000 jobs. People commute into the financial district from throughout the city and across the GTIA, primarily using public transit. Over 80% of workers in the financial district come by public transit. We are and always have been a transit-focused organization. Relief to overcrowding on Line 1 is the #1 transit priority in the region. It's probably the only universal truth about transit in Toronto. Providing relief to Line 1 is the linchpin in ensuring capacity for other priority expansion projects, such as the Line 2 extension into Scarborough and the extension of Line 1 north to Richmond Hill. We have been long-time proponents of the relief line and worked very closely with the city on planning to date. Today, we're asking you to move forward with the Ontario line. As outlined in the staff report, the Ontario line provides critical relief for Line 1 into the reasonably foreseeable future. It also provides higher-order transit to many, many additional Toronto residents. If you go back to the primary objective of relief to Line 1, the Ontario line is the only plausible means available to you at this time. It deserves a check mark and warrants your endorsement. Staff are to be commended on negotiating a term sheet that meets the city's #1 stated priority, maintaining ownership and operation of the existing subway. The recommendation before you today is for staff to complete a preliminary agreement based on the term sheet, and then complete a series of master agreements that will clarify roles, responsibilities, performance, and design criteria in greater detail to keep this moving forward. Staff will return to council with each of these agreements for approval, safeguarding city interests as you move forward. So we encourage Executive Committee and Council to approve the recommendations in this report as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hume, very much. Are there questions of the deputy?
Questions?
Councillor Thompson, Deputy
Thank you,
Mayor.
through you, Mr. Mayor. Just so, through you, Mr. Mayor, the clarification. You've heard, and you've been here all morning, you've heard the residents informing us that their concern with respect to the areas in which they would like to see the tunneling take place. You're suggesting as part of the process that opportunity is there for the discussion to take place to ensure that their concerns are heard and are incorporated in the process that's actually in place now. Is that what you're saying?
So one of the major criticisms about the Ontario line that we hear consistently is that it's based on a line on a map versus actual detailed planning to date. So there's significant opportunity since there is such little planning to date. You know, we're all very much aware of how the center section of it mimics the relief line. You know, so certainly the area that goes through the financial district, we clearly understand that, you know, what that's looked like, deep mine, et cetera. I think the concerns related to the eastern section on the other side of the river that Councillor Fletcher's talked to all day are legitimate concerns. I don't have answers to them. Certainly, I think city staff, planning staff, engineering staff will look at this and look at it from the point of view of feasibility, et cetera. I really don't know. But we do recognize them as being legitimate concerns. But I'm still here to say getting this thing built is the most important thing you can do in terms of your transit future.
No, thank you. I just wanted you to clarify yourself because that's what I thought you actually meant. I didn't want you to walk away and for folks to think you simply didn't care about what they were talking about today.
As you know, Councillor, I care about everybody.
I do, Grant. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, some of those very same residents are people who work in the 200,000 jobs.
I agree 100%.
That are in your EIA.
But I do have to look at this from a broader global perspective. And you have to remember in terms of, you know, my universal transit truth, you go back to the original Metrolinx big move, even prior to that, quite honestly. I've been around a long time. There are some previous studies. Metrolinx is reported up to 2041, all of the city reports. Absolutely every report has said that we must deal with overcapacity on line 1 before we do anything. And this does the job.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Jeremy, the next three are Jeremy Gowan, Adti Zahir, a neighborhood organization, and Fotis Canteras. Those are the next three. So, Jeremy Gowan. Okay. Adti Zahir. Good day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dear Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Min Wong, and Executive Committee members, I'd like to thank all members of the Executive Committee for this opportunity to speak before you. It's my first deputation, so I'm a little nervous. My name is Aditi Zahir, and I'm a board member for TNO, the neighborhood organization. It's a multi-service agency that serves the neighborhoods of Flemington Park and Thorncliffe Park. But more importantly, I'm here today as a resident of Thorncliffe Park, a community which I have been proud to live in and serve for the last 11 years. In fact, this is the first and only community I've called home in Canada. Today, I represent my community as I speak in front of you regarding the proposed Ontario line that is expected to be built through this community and permanently impact both neighborhoods. Specifically, I want to bring to attention the role of the transportation services provided by the Toronto Transit Commission and the concerns of how these services may be impacted by the initiation and completion of the Ontario line. A town hall regarding the Ontario line was recently conducted with participation from residents of Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park, and as you have heard already, the results of which you have heard from Jason Ash. A key concern raised by the residents was how the bus services currently provided by the TTC in these two communities may be impacted by the Ontario Line project. Attachment number 4 of the city report states that the bus services will be removed from both communities, including removal of service from Millwood Road, Overley Boulevard, and Don Mills Road, except for a direct bus route to each station. This proposal demonstrates that the town hall participants have a valid concern. Thorncliffe Park currently has about 34 high-rise and low-rise apartment buildings on Thorncliffe Park Drive, while Flemington Park is densely populated with multiple high-rise apartments and condominiums. The TTC provides excellent bus service in both these communities. Being a resident of Thorncliffe Park, I can speak to the services I avail from the TTC, which includes the local bus routes 81 Thorncliffe Park and 88 South Leaside, as well as the 25 Don Mills, 100 Flemington Park, 925 Don Mills Express, 325 Don Mills Night Bus, and the 403 community bus routes, all of which connect the local residents of both communities to Line 1 and Line 2 at St. Clair, Pape, and Broadview stations. I have used almost all these buses through my 4 years of undergraduate studies when I commuted daily to the University of Toronto downtown campus. I use them now as I go to work downtown, especially the 88 South Leaside buses, which connects me directly to St. Clair Station. The existing bus routes, especially 81 Thorncliffe Park and 88 South Leaside, are the only 2 routes that serve the entirety of the heavily populated Thorncliffe Park Drive. These 2 bus routes make it very convenient and accessible for residents, especially seniors and children, to be served quickly, and enables them to be connected to the transit system because of the proximity of the bus stops to the residential units. In closing, recognizing that the TTC will retain ownership, operation, and service planning of bus and streetcar routes that will connect to the Ontario line, I, along with TNO, request that the Executive Committee direct the TTC to begin consultations with all impacted communities, including Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park, on the future of their local TTC bus networks, no later than the start of Metrolinx's provincial engagement/consultation process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there, Councillor Fletcher has a question for you.
I just wanted to be clear, you're concerned that when this Ontario line would go into operation, that you would lose bus service on the local streets, or the rapid bus transit that you currently have?
Yes.
And are you concerned about during construction to have what would happen with bus service at that time?
I don't know, and that's what we need to know.
So you've asked the TTC to go out to talk about bus service in the community?
Yes, I've been to the 5-year, the meeting of the 5-year plan for TTC, and
Yes.
I've addressed our concerns there as well.
And you want to have a local meeting
Yes,
about that whole
Yes,
thing, how that will work after, or
for sure.
that's what you've just asked? I think I
Yes.
heard you ask that.
Yes, so we just need more consultation with the local residents on how the TTC will provide services as construction happens and after construction happens and it's completed.
And do you think that should be part of the Metrolinx planning for their environmental assessment to be looking
I think it
into the
absolutely
future as
should.
well?
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher, and thank you very much for those comments and answers to those questions. Next is Fotis Canteras.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the correct pronunciation of my name. I appreciate that. Yeah. That's, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, the Executive Committee, councillors, my councillor, for all of your time and stamina. This is obviously a major undertaking, contentious, challenging, and I'm not trying to add too much to that. My name is Fotis Canteras. I have a short prepared remark to share. I'm here today in representation and concern for the area north of the Danforth, specifically the area on Minton, where the business case released by Metrolinx in July of 2019 indicated the line, and I'm referring to the quote, crosses the Don River west of Leaside Bridge, approximately under Minton Place. Being as this is the location of my home on Minton Place, with a real possibility of expropriation, prolonged work on the land, a major disruption, this will obviously have an immense direct impact if this business case plan, as written, proposed, is implemented. Since the report's release just a few months ago, the neighborhood has been alarmed, unclear, distrusting, skeptical of any work. Now, in the time we've lived there, we've always thought there was a possibility of so this is being recorded for posterity, and some people are listening and some aren't, and so is the case. So, yeah, I'm just being patient for everyone as well.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So, since we've lived there, we always knew that something was going to be coming. So, we appreciate that transit will be developed. So, we're partly here to continue this point, which is the neighborhood was spurred into the creation of groups, connected, informed, receiving information. It's a little confusing. Some of the people have been here today. I'm partly here because of that as well. And I'm commending you for the action that's happening and all the work and your stamina, including contending with the public and all of this confusion. And what I'm concerned about is representation at every level of government through this process. So we're not here to counter this, but we would like to be involved in this miracle of democracy that we have, where we're able to come and connect and discuss rather than be dictated to as to what's happening, because that seems to be the case through this process. It is confusing, it's alarming, and we support that the transit development is happening, and it may result in the loss of our home, of which is inhabited by my widowed mother, who the home is her connection to her deceased husband. It's not about money. You couldn't buy this home for her for millions upon millions of dollars. And so because she's older, she just needs some level of connection, of discourse as to what's happening. So this is what's related to some of the speakers earlier from the same area that came and presented. And I see how quickly time goes. So what I'm requesting is that we remain in connection of quality discourse for this development, informed reasonably for timelines, so we can plan accordingly and be in contact. So if there is going to be an expropriation or some major work, we just want to be in contact reasonably. So this is happening very quickly, and on one hand, we really appreciate that because it's a long time coming, but on the other hand, we are the people literally on the ground. It's not even NIMBY because it would potentially be my house taken, and we can appreciate that that's part of living in a democracy, a society. There's give and take. So what we're asking for is continued quality discourse such as this. It's very appreciated.
All right, I'll have to ask you to conclude there. Thank you very much. And other questions of the deputy? Councillor Fletcher has a question.
You know that Metrolinx will be doing that new environmental assessment. It won't be the city. But your concern is basically the community engagement, that yourself, your mother, that you actually get to be heard during this time.
Basically, as you just stated, Metrolinx is doing this. Metrolinx is Metrolinx. So it has its raison d'etre, it exists as what it exists for, as does City Council, as does every level of government. So each entity has its own responsibilities and its own stakeholders. So Metrolinx has to do this as it should, and as does Council right now with our representation where I'm able to be connecting and speaking here. So we want to have some level of continuance. So even if the council approves of all of this, I would request that there's some measure of an office, something that connects our citizenship here municipally and at all levels of government to be able to continue this discourse.
Good.
Thank you.
Other questions of the deputy? All right, well, thank you very much for your submissions and answers to questions, Mr. Canteras. And we will go next to Carol Ann Barr, Neighborhood Organization. Neighborhood Office, really, it is. I think. Am I right?
Great. Thank you so much, and good afternoon to you, Mayor Tory, and to Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong, and to the Executive Committee members. My name is Carol Ann Barr, and I'm the Director of Newcomer Services at TNO. the neighborhood organization. You heard some of my colleagues speak earlier, a couple of board members. And as mentioned, TNO is a multi-service community agency that serves over 10,000 community members a year in 4 hub locations in high-density neighborhoods, which includes Thorncliffe Park, Flemington Park, St. Jamestown, and Crescent Town. And TNO provides a wide range of services that support individuals, families, youth, women, and seniors. And I've worked in social services in the sector for many years, advocating for the needs of community members, especially around the needs of newcomers, youth, and those facing poverty. And I am here today as a TNO management representative to share our feedback on the proposed Ontario line as it affects the communities that TNO serves. And I want to start by thanking Mayor Tory and Councillor Jay Robinson and Councillor Dunzelman Wong for their many years of support to the residents of Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park and to our work at TNO. And I want to thank the City of Toronto for their assessment of the Ontario line. So TNO absolutely supports the development of rapid transit in these 2 specific communities, specifically the proposed Ontario line with the City of Toronto and Metrolinx, but not the elevated areas in Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park as it's currently proposed, and I'll talk a little bit about why. So the line will run via Overlea Boulevard, which is the only thoroughfare that connects Don Mills Road to Millwood Road and the main way to connect with the rest of the city. With only 2 lanes on either side of the median, the boulevard has become increasingly congested as business developments and an alternative route to Eglinton Avenue. An above-ground transit lane in these neighborhoods would make matters worse for those who rely on Overlea daily. Today, it can take up to 20 minutes to drive from Don Mills Road to Millwood Road across Overlea Boulevard because of the congestion, and it's only a 2-kilometer stretch of road. Certainly, rapid transit is crucial for this community, but it needs to take into consideration the realities of the existing infrastructure and daily life. So for this reason, it's imperative for a comprehensive city-led community consultation to take place. As mentioned, TNO recently led a community consultation and town hall and surveys, and some of the feedback was that the residents want increased consultation and information, and they're concerned about construction and traffic during the Ontario line. TNO is really seen as a community leader, I'm going to wrap up, and provides opportunities for community members to be engaged and play an important role in the development of city planning. So we want to request that as the city is looking at developing the Ontario line and consultations, that they're also looking at putting in public assets in place as that's developed even before the development of the Ontario line. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Barr? Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong has a question.
So everybody wants subways in this committee today. I don't know. I didn't hear anyone say no. I want the cheaper version. So, so my question to you is, and I understand because I know I'd like subways too. But if it was, and I wish I'd asked other deputies this question because I think it's a pretty important one. If it was a question between getting an LRT line, which is rapid transit, and not getting anything at all, which would you pick?
Of course. We know that having transit is so important to the community and the social and economic development. So we prefer underground, but absolutely, if there's no other option, above ground would be very important to move forward with too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Vivesh Mathur, Scarborough Business Association. There we are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Tory and City Councilors of the Executive Committee. My name is Viresh Mathur. I'm a director of the Scarborough Business Association. SBA is the voice of Scarborough business community. On behalf of the SBA, I'm here today to express my strong support for the agreement between the Province of Ontario and the City of Toronto that commits the province to fully funding the constructing of the three-stop subway and the Ontario line, and allows the city to reallocate approximately $1.2 billion in city funds for other rapid transit projects. Scarborough's ongoing debate has left our members, their employees, their customers, and Scarborough residents frustrated with the lack of progress in cutting our commute time, which is typically between 1.5 to 2 hours each way actually. The Scarborough RT repeatedly breaks down and will likely be decommissioned for several years prior to the three-stop subway becoming operational, which means that roughly 35,000 trips made SRT on typical weekday will instead be made by buses, thereby making our commute time even worse than it is now. The SBA, for these reasons, the SBA unequivocally supports using the $1.2 billion in relocated funds to build the Eglinton East LRT to Malvern and the Shepherd East LRT, which means that combined with the three-stop subway, it will create a rapid transit network, a Scarborough Rapid Transit Network, RTN, that connects the Scarborough neighborhoods and businesses to one another and the rest of the city. We also ask that some of these funds be used to begin preparing for the contingency plans for the SRT's inevitable breakdowns this upcoming winter and and eventual decommissioning, so that the residents, our employees, and our customers are not forced to rely on unreliable shuttle buses that get stuck in traffic. A Scarborough RTN would bring rapid transit to 7 priority neighborhoods: Malvern, 2 post-secondary campuses, 5 commercial shopping centers, and several neighborhoods in eastern and northern Scarborough that has been promised rapid transit for decades. Upon completion, thousands of Scarborough residents living along Eglinton East and Shepherd East would walk to rapid transit stop for the first time ever, creating conditions for a more connected, prosperous Scarborough and business landscape. The Scarborough RTN would open up thousands of hectares of land for commercial and residential development by making these lands available by rapid transit, walking and cycling, and bring about thousands of jobs within walking distance of rapid transit stops.
And notwithstanding your immense patience, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. I know you've waited a long time to speak, but we have to keep the limits fair to everybody. So we're pretty much done on the time.
Okay, well, basically, we want these to be built. So to build the RTN, that'll connect not just Scarborough, but all these projects will connect Scarborough to the businesses like the Pan Am Center, the zoo, and the LRT's projects will connect to the airport.
All right.
So we encourage you to start making these investments, so we're not waiting another 100 years for another transit project to come to Scarborough.
It's a widely held view, sir, so thank you. Thank you for that. We had a question from Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was just wondering, you came in from Scarborough this morning. Could you maybe tell us what that was like?
It was an interesting trip. I took a bus, then LRT, then line 2, then line 1. That took me roughly 2 hours to get here. And I'm going back the same way. I don't bring my car when I'm coming downtown. I don't bring my car here, and that's, it's difficult. And if you want to have our employees or people working in Scarborough, it's easier to get to downtown than to move around in Scarborough. So having a investment in the LRTs in Scarborough, it will connect all the Scarborough businesses and social life there as well.
And you're with the Scarborough Business Association. We heard earlier from a deputant that spoke to, in particular, Malvern community, and that the lack of transit has really been hard for that community to have like the real prosperity that it can and to achieve its full potential. Do you feel that the Scarborough business community can grow even more with the building of transit? Is this something that can boost economic development in Scarborough?
Yes, it can, because by having a connected business community, you can get more people employed in Scarborough and easier to get. Like I said, right now, it's easy to come to downtown because of the infrastructure that you have. But there is, we heard from one of our students earlier from they're going in circles to get to their campus. These investments in the LRTs will help connect Scarborough, and not just Scarborough, but will connect Scarborough to the rest of Toronto and beyond.
And so you're also in support of the Eglinton East LRT, as the students were earlier.
Yes.
And something that they did point out, I think, and you're alluding to too, is that this isn't just about Scarborough residents moving downtown. It's also about getting people out to Scarborough to experience all that Scarborough
Yes.
has to offer as well.
Because there are opportunities for the City of Toronto to capitalize on. One is the zoo. The zoo is a world-class zoo that Toronto has. It's world-class, and we have it. There's no way of getting there. We have the Pan Am Center. Again, it's a world-class center that we
not
should
connected.
be, that we know nobody's.
And lastly, because I know you're a strong Scarborough advocate, you're also a member of other organizations. Could you also just let me know what those other organizations are and how do they feel about this as well?
Well, I'm a member, as you know, a member of the Scarborough Business Association and also Scarborough Renewal Organization, which the SBA was born out of, and also I'm a Rotarian, and is the Rotaries in Scarborough that actually initiated the town hall meetings to come up to these conclusions, which was given to the mayor. On recommendations on what we want in Scarborough.
And that includes transit. Thank you so much for coming in today. Again, thank you for the 2-hour commute.
And Mr. Mayor, and when you come to our lunch in May, I would like to see an update on this.
All right, that's a deal. I'll be wanting to give you one and hopefully talk about how much progress we've made at actually getting this stuff going. So that's the idea here. Thank you very much, sir. I had one more name of someone that made a written deputation and said they'd be appearing, but we haven't asked for their views today if they're here, their verbal presentation. Ahmed Hussein. Is Ahmed Hussein here? Okay, I guess not. All right, well, I think, believe it or not, that brings us to the end, and unless there's anybody who thought they were on this list that hadn't been heard from. Hearing nobody, I will say that we're done then with the deputations, and I thank you all very much for your patience and for being here today. And that will bring us next to questions of staff. And that, of course, includes questions on the presentation we heard quite a long time ago. And so we'll start with some of our members of council who are not members of the Executive Committee. And I'm happy to give the first dibs to Councillor Fletcher. And can I assume that I have the others sitting to my right here, Councillor McKelvey and Bradford? Do you have questions? Or okay, Councillor Bradford does. And Councillor McKelvey or not? Okay.
Councillor Cressy.
And Councillor Cressy, of course. He's been here patiently. Yeah, you have that right, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm assuming we have our 3 minutes.
You do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to confirm a couple of things with our technical staff, and I'm not going to talk about the overall report. I'm going to speak to the issues that my community members have brought forward. And I think that our MPP showed this design, which is kind of the track width and the relationship to the residential. If for the Ontario line, the actual track being 31.81, but to introduce mitigation, it ends up being 35, basically 35 meters that's required. And I'm just wondering if I could have that confirmed. technically by perhaps the TTC or Mr. Teugel. Yes?
Yes, through Chair, Councillor, that's correct. When you actually look at the...
I can't hear you, so.
Sorry. Yes, that's correct, Councillor. If you actually look at the drawing, again, this is our interpretation. It's based on the TTC standards. Metrolinx has got a standard for heavy rail where you've got centres between your trains of 4.27. When you actually look at running two mixed modes of rail, heavy rail and metro rail, we've actually got a standard that says it's 6 metres between centres of the two vehicles. So you take that into consideration, your drawing is just about spot on.
So that would be these, to meet the current standard that we have in the city for mixed rail, which includes heavy rail, it's 6 meters. Would I be right to say it like that?
Correct.
Thank you. And then the next one is the bridges that exist. There are 6 bridges. This is about a 2-kilometer stretch of this part of the Ontario line that people have been addressing today. These are the widths of the bridges. Given that, and they're all very close together, you can see Eastern, Queen, Dundas, Logan, Gerrard, and Carlaw. They're very close together, but if these are the current widths and the tracks are 31 meters, those bridges would all have to be at least 31 meters in order to accommodate the 4th rail and for the RER and then the Ontario line going both ways. Is that a correct representation of what would have to happen?
Through the Chair, that's correct.
So there's an 18-meter bridge here at Gerrard. It would have to probably be demolished.
At this point in time, I couldn't tell. You'd have to get the structural engineers, the bridge engineers, to look to see if that bridge could actually be repurposed, widened, or it would have to be rebuilt.
So I guess I'm just going to ask if anybody has looked at any of the impacts, the construction impacts of the 6 bridges being part of the Ontario line and the impact on a whole number of other things, transit and congestion and just constructability in that time. I don't know who'd like to answer that. Maybe the Deputy City Manager would like to answer that.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor, these are the aspects of the further design work, Councillor Fletcher, that will happen once Metrolinx has put this out for design build. My understanding is there's also been reference to twinning of bridges in some circumstances, so I think there's a significant component of design work that is yet to come that would answer these questions.
I think I'm asking about the city, not Metrolinx doing this work. We heard about Metrolinx and how they have not put mitigation into the communities, or they've not taken that seriously. So is this not something that the city really should be doing to make sure that congestion, transit impacts, all the other impacts are really well known and Metrolinx is advised of the city's position?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly, Councillor Fletcher, our experience has been as well with the Eglinton Crosstown LRT, the role of the city in respect to traffic congestion matters and bridges. We're dealing with that currently. I would suggest that we would be dealing with it in a similar way with these new projects.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Quick questions about some of the procurement stuff. Not sure who best to direct that to, but how do these projects, when they come forward, whether we're doing the planning or somebody else, how do we account for cost escalation, inflation, and contingency?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't speak to the projects previously we've done, Councillor Bradford. I do know that the issue of risk mitigation and cost escalation in these sole responsibility projects will be borne by the province, that they are going to be undertaking a procurement options analysis on the various projects. To date, Infrastructure Ontario has posted a DBFM approach on the Ontario line. The procurement approach for the other 3 is yet to be determined, subject to that analysis. So it's really in their project plan, and I'll defer to project experts if they would like to weigh in on this.
Is that the same approach that we used on Eglinton Crosstown?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, they did use the DBFM approach on the Eglinton Crosstown.
And in that instance, because we've heard, there's been issues around contingency and cost escalation, who bore the cost escalation associated with that project?
So again, it's the province that owns the Eglinton Crosstown project, so they were the ones that actually are boring the risk of any sort of escalation on that project.
But through design and build, is the proponent who's delivering the project in a P3 model, are they on the hook for any of those cost escalations as well?
So, again, through you, through the mayor, any sort of design development that occurs as part of the proponent's design solution, they bear the risk for the solution that they put forward. So once the contract is signed, once the project agreement is signed, then they bear developing that project based on the timeline that they provided and at the cost that they've provided.
And so my understanding is there's been challenges with that project, in particular to the proponent. Do we have a sense, and when I read the document, it looks like they're planning on going to market quickly with this. Do we have a sense of what the market response will be like to a project like this, given the recent experience with Crosstown?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll have to engage in those conversations with the province and how they look to procure the Eglinton West LRT solution, noting that it is their line 100%, whether they contemplate a continuation of the existing or they put it out as a brand new package. I think that's yet to be determined and certainly sits in their responsibility to address. And once we know, we can let you know.
And then my last question very quickly, given that we're at such a preliminary level of design, which is understandable because it's early days on this. As the scope, the potential for the scope to change and evolve as you go through a stage gating exercise, what is the city's position to respond to those changes as it relates to this agreement that we have with the province?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly we've articulated some of our expectations, particularly as it relates to community impacts, et cetera. What we do have, and it's one of the recommendations before you, is if as we see through the course of this design work, the Ontario line, for example, does not provide materially the benefits that we were anticipating. So 15 kilometers becomes 5 kilometers, 15 stations becomes 5 stations. Then there is the authority and the direction of the city manager to report to City Council in that regard.
Thank you very much.
And next we have Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to the city manager first, from the benefits as you see, if I could just summarize and understand. The upload's off the table, correct?
Through the mayor, correct.
Okay. The province assumes the financial risk as well as the investment of financial capital for the Ontario line and the three-stop Scarborough subway. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, yes, as well as the Line 1 extension, as well as the Eglinton West.
Okay. And the TTC has stated that there is some validity to the Ontario line proposal, thus it will provide Line 1 relief.
Through the mayor, correct.
Okay. On some of the unknowns, and perhaps I can put this to the TTC or you, to our city manager, within Scarborough, when was the one-stop subway intended to open?
Through the chair, it was planned to open an unrisked schedule was 2026 and the risk schedule was 2027.
Okay, so 2026, and under the new three-stop model, when will it open?
Metrolinx have stated that it will open between 2029 and 2030. That's again the same risked and unrisked dates.
Okay, so there is a delay in the delivery of new transit in Scarborough, a 2 to 3 year delay.
Yes, that's correct.
And do we know at this time, because the SRT, my understanding is its lifespan is 2026. So do we know what our contingency is from 2026 to 2030 at the moment for that in-between period?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the TTC is currently undertaking a review of the SRT and plans to report back to the board late second quarter of next year.
Okay, and then some questions related to unknown details to be determined related to the Ontario line. I'll put this to the TTC or to, I guess, our deputy city manager, whoever wants to respond. What percentage design are we at, or is Metrolinx at for the Ontario line?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we know that Metrolinx presented an initial business case to their board, and that speaks to a 0 to 10% design. So to nail a number between there might be a bit difficult.
So
certainly, as referenced, it is at a very preliminary level in this stage.
So a 0 to 10% design. So within the downtown west, which was not part of the original TPAP, the environmental assessment for the relief line, do we have a sense at this point what depth will be required, what city infrastructure exists that you have to go below the water table, and whether we're going through granite? Do we know any of those details at this point?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. Those are all the elements and the issues that will arise as the design progresses.
Okay. And then the $5 billion that will be freed up to the city, how much of that $5 billion have we raised already, and how much of that do we have to identify a source for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we've got about 1.2 billion, just over 1.2 billion that's been identified and funded within our capital program. Beyond that, there's 2.1 billion plus another 1.8 billion that we would need to identify through financing strategies moving forward.
Okay, so just to be clear, so the $5 billion that is being freed up, we only have 1.2 billion currently. The outstanding 3.8 billion would have to be identified in new financial strategies.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm over time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. My questions relate to the timing of the Line 1 extension north versus completion of the Ontario line or improvements and improvements to the Bloor station. So my concern is that the Ontario line is at a very preliminary stage, is a very complicated line. You have the Yonge North line, which is not nearly as complicated, which is much further along. And I know it notes in the report that we have our stated objective of the Line 1 extension can't be opened prior to the other things happening. My question is, what mechanism do we have in place to ensure that?
Through you, Mayor, the province has confirmed to us that the intention would be to open the entire Ontario line prior to moving forward with the opening of the extension of Line 1. It's in the provincial budget.
Right, but that's their stated intent. I'm asking where in the agreement on such an important issue, where would that reside in the agreement that we're signing?
Right, through you again, Mr. Mayor. It's not explicit in the terms as of yet.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly that as we progress from the preliminary agreement based on the term sheet that has not yet addressed those project-specific things and move into master agreements and other MOUs, that's where we would look to codify that commitment. The province is very clear, and they've heard from us repeatedly, specifically the TTC, about the current impacts of Line 1, the need for the Bloor-Yonge Capacity Project, which they have agreed to partner on and addressing. So they are keenly aware that the Ontario line needs to start providing relief to Line 1 before there's the extension into York Region.
Again, I know that's the intent. I know that's, if logical minds prevail, that's what would happen. I'm guessing what I'm looking for is what mechanisms we would have should that not happen. I note that we're committing ourselves to collaborate with the province, which would then presumably not leave open some things we might have otherwise done that would have made it very difficult for the province to construct the Line 1 extension. So kind of what's replacing that? It sounds to me like the answer is we don't have anything other than an intention.
So for you, Mr. Mayor, what I would say, Councillor Fillion, is that is the type of element that would find itself in the creation of the master agreement. So yes, we have committed, we have a commitment, we have collaboration, but we also will be codifying these points in master agreements as we go forward. And that's where that will be reflected.
So similarly with the Bloor station, which is a very high priority with us, along with the relief line, that now seems to be pushed further back into the queue. certainly as far as funding is concerned.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, what I would point to Councillor Fillion is number 9 on the term sheet, which articulates the commitment of the province to participate in the Blue Ribbon Capacity Enhancement Project. There was an announcement some time back that spoke to all 3 levels of government being committed to doing that. Where that sits as far as timelines go, that I'm sorry I can't answer at this moment. I don't know if we know that. But I would impress that the urgency and the need to address this for our system has been clearly understood.
Thanks. I'll ask some other things offline. Thank you.
Councillor Fillion. Any other members of council, not members of the committee, that want to ask questions? I don't see any others in the room. You did reserve the right, Councillor McKelvey. No, you okay for now? Okay. Good. Then we'll move to members of the committee, and we'll start with Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to city staff. We've heard from a number of the residents who came in today, and they, talked a little bit about the fact that the consultation was lacking, obviously. What have we done in terms of discussion with the province to prepare ourselves to inform our public, obviously the citizen and of course the residents of Toronto, as part of a process in terms of public consultation through the discussion tables that we've actually had in place over the last year? Maybe through the city manager or the deputy city manager?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly the fact that we've identified a technical working group specifically for the purpose of public consultation, I think reflects how important we've felt it is. There is an attachment to the report 10, very high level from the province on some of their intention. But I think this is where the value of the city being involved in our experience in doing these projects, the experience encountered through the Eglinton Crosstown LRT, good, bad, and ugly, is certainly going to inform those discussions. So, we are going to, if all goes well, we will be at the table reaffirming and impressing upon them the importance of consultation.
If I can, through the mayor as well, if you go back to the terms of reference that's guiding all of our work, there's a very clear requirement for them to engage in meaningful consultation. So everything that we heard here today. So as they're advancing these projects, the expectation, not just driven by other legislation, but driven by our own terms of reference, requires them to engage in meaningful consultation.
Right. With respect to the Scarborough expansion, what percentage of work has been done to date in terms of advancing the one stop?
So I'm going to ask Rick to respond. I know we all know that there's been considerable amount of detail developed, so.
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, the design on that project was actually, the tunnelling was 100% done for the one stop. The station design was at about 65%, and the system design was round about 85%.
Right. So if that is the case, is it not possible, as part of our discussion with the province, to proceed with respect to advancing that and I don't know, to technically be able to look at how we adjust for the additional 2 elements of the stops in order to ensure that this can continue, as opposed to having to delay the whole thing given the advanced state of development?
So if I can, I'll start through the mayor. This is exactly the conversation that we've had with the special advisor to the Premier, Michael Lindsay. Is there not a chance for us to start advancing the tunneling while the remainder of the design and execution of the Scarborough extension is worked through? So I think we will be able to announce at some point in the not too distant future just exactly how feasible that is. But your logic is the same logic that we have.
Okay. It's 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Next, I had Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regard to this $5.1 billion, I wouldn't call it a windfall, but extra capital money that we'll be able to use. You'd mentioned there was a $1.2 billion in the bank right now, which is the Scarborough Subway Levy. What was the 2.1 and the $1.8 billion as part? And you mentioned that we did not have the identified funding, but what was the 2.1 and the 1.8 billion?
There's no reason.
The 1.8 was reference to a commitment made of funding in principle, the Eglinton West LRT. And yes, it was unfunded, it remains unfunded. The 2.1 is reflective of the 27% of the estimate of the relief line south, which would generally have represented our commitment, municipal contribution to secure the PTIF funding, and that's how we landed at that estimate.
So regardless of whether or not we've identified the funding as part of our capital plan, we would have had to find that money regardless, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So the $5.1 billion now is able to be used, of course, for state of good repair, other transit.
That is correct, sir.
priorities. Okay. Now, with regard to the sunk cost, so you were mentioning on the Scarborough subway, what was the overall, between the Scarborough subway and the relief line, what was the overall amount of sunk costs that we've spent already?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we know that there's an estimate of approximately $200 million on the TTC side, reflecting project costs thus far. There has been a commitment to undertake an exercise of financial review and reconciliation and a discussion about the reimbursement of reasonable costs incurred from the province.
Okay. And are there any restrictions on these funds when we're looking at reallocating them? If we do get that $200 million?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, there's been no commitments made to the use of those funds.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Deputy Mayor Bylaw.
Thank you. Just want to understand a little bit more the choices that were in front of you and why some of these recommendations were here. So for the relief line that we were looking at, we had the province's participation, correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
So our plan, including some money from the province?
Through the mayor, ultimately, yes.
Okay. And to access PTIF, you would also need the money from the province?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
So the province legislated the Ontario line, correct?
Through the mayor in July, they became law, yes.
So did we really have an option to continue with the relief line as we had it?
Nope.
Without stalling for 3 years if we didn't have the province at the table? If they legislated another line?
Right, and I think if you, through the mayor, if you look at the specific wording of the legislation, I mean, we're not able to do any further work on it. They've assumed full control of it. It's their alignment, of which we've assessed and we've written up in this report, but they are in charge of that project, no question.
So if we said, okay, we don't want to go with the Ontario line, we're going to go with the relief line because we're more advanced in the work, I mean, we would be stalling for 3 years or
Well,
at least?
through the mayor, it's not a matter of stalling, they'd be advancing. So it's you know, in some respects, it's.
So we wouldn't
it's a
be
moot
at the
point.
table for the advancement of their work, is that it?
Well, I guess, I mean, again, I mean, we were directed, as you know, by council to be at a table to engage in a conversation about upload, expansion, and governance of transit. So that was the direction. So we've been at the table. We've had some effect, obviously, on what's in front of you right now in terms of the 4 projects that the province is advancing, which they have a legal right to do, and they are doing.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand because some people tried to say we should just continue with the work that we were doing, but if we don't have the province at the table, they're going to be in, they passed legislation with a different line. I mean, how could we continue that work? If we wouldn't have their money, wouldn't have the participation of them, there's something else that has been legislated, so.
Well, if I can, through the mayor, I think if we were to continue doing that work, you know, there'd be a question of legality. I think our lawyers could probably speak to that.
Okay.
So,
Okay. And our line did not include the north part of it, right?
through the mayor, I know it was envisioned in previous plans in terms of it being as advanced as it is right now. It's clearly more advanced. And so now it's becoming part of a reality whenever the province does take this to market.
Okay, so on our plans, when was that to be done, the north part?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is beyond identifying 3 potential alignments, it was not advanced. It's all on the relief line north. And I don't know if there had been a time estimated for that project.
And does adding that, does it increase more relief on the Young line?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it does.
How much?
Through the mayor, until we believe 2041, you would see some
because we're adding that right away.
And again, through the mayor, that's 2041 is the date that we would see the relief effectively end. That's assuming that we weren't opening up Line 1 extension.
Okay, questions by members of the committee? Anybody? Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, through you to staff, you know, we sign these agreements, and we're under the impression it's fully funded, and then Metrolink sends us a bill for $90 million, and we ask what it's all about, and they say it's civic improvements. Are we protected, or is there clarity on what counts as a civic improvement or a city improvement that we have to pay for, and what they cover as part of the project?
Through the mayor, we have negotiated in other situations with Metrolinx a public realm amount, how much from the project will go to civic improvements like that. But on occasion, there are civic improvements that the city asks for over and above that public realm amount, but that will all need to be negotiated on a project-specific basis.
Do you put a cap on it, or how do you, or do they negotiate with you before they do the work, or?
So
they do the work and then send you the bill, and the city the bill?
No, generally, the expectation has been on past projects that it's around 1.5% of the value of the project is dedicated to public realm improvements. And as part of the conversations on the design of the station, we have an opportunity to influence or shape that. But if there are improvements that go beyond that, where the city is asking for other things to be added, we would need to negotiate how that happens and how costs are apportioned.
All right. One last question on the damage side. I know with the Eglinton Crosstown, there's certain, I guess, streetscapes and sidewalks and curbs and other city assets that need restoration and fixing. Are we prepared, or are we protected for those kinds of, I guess, civic damages in the course of construction after all is said and done?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the contractor will be responsible for putting the streets back to their previous condition.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Are there other members of the committee wishing to ask questions? Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, the Ontario line, that's being built by the province, is that correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct. They'll be retaining a contractor to build it, but
So it's their project, but everyone here is asking for consultation. I'm just trying to square this idea that we're not building it, yet people want us to consult. So that seems like an awkward arrangement. If someone else is building the line, shouldn't it, whoever's building, is it a Metrolinx, will it be a Metrolinx project?
through the mayor, ultimately arrangement between Metrolinx and IO. And again, I think in terms of being able to answer the specific questions that, like we heard today, I mean, the province would be the ones I would expect that would be available to address those questions, so.
Right, so would you agree that it's kind of awkward if the city is the consultation arm of another entity that's paying? So basically, it's, the public tells the city what they want, but they're not the payer. Somebody else is the payer. And so we're going to, because we're not paying for it, we would then go to the province and tell them what the public wants. Is that not kind of a awkward arrangement? Shouldn't it be that the person who's paying for it, there should be a direct relationship between the government that pays for it and the consultation?
Through the mayor, the short answer to your question is yes. The province engaging with the community to understand specifically what the impacts are, and how to mitigate them, because we don't control the mitigation, whether it's a subway or it's walls or whatever the kind of treatment will be. It's, at the end of the day, it's a decision the province has to make. Having said that, though, because we're at a table, because we've agreed to a terms of reference, and that terms of reference is founded on meaningful consultation, doesn't just apply to us, it applies to them as well, that what our role will be to communicate what we've heard here today, and then obviously strongly encourage them to engage in the kind of consultation people would expect.
Do you think that it could end up being an awkward arrangement where if we set up a consultation process that's run by the city, that if the province essentially doesn't have to listen to this, that the city's going to be held responsible for what may not get built because we're not listening to the residents, yet the province actually essentially will say no, and we'll own the whatever doesn't get built by that the community at large wants, and Metrolinx will just get off because they're not part of this, they're not directly involved in the consultation.
Through the mayor, I think we'll make it abundantly clear, as I think everyone in this room is aware, that the actual project is a project being funded and overseen by the province. We are certainly here to advocate on behalf of council's direction, whatever that might be. And in turn, if that's the wish, then obviously we will be ensuring that the issues that we're hearing are going to be conveyed to them. But ultimately, it's for them to hear the issues and for them to address the issues. And it's much cleaner if the consultation is certainly led by them. We're here to help in whatever way possible.
Okay. I have more questions.
Yes. So thank you very much. Did you have, well, yeah, I think we've sort of been fairly fair on everybody on 3 minutes, so, because I know Councillor Fletcher certainly had more, because she looked up at me and said, is it 3 minutes? Just on the case.
No committee members get more.
On the off chance I might say.
The rest of the committee get 3.
Anybody else from the committee that wants to ask any questions today? Okay. Well, then I think if I'm not mistaken, we can move to speakers.
I'll speak.
And we'll start with committee. Sorry, Councillor Ainslie, were you standing up just to stretch or? Okay, that's good. Just checking. We would then start with speakers from that are visiting with us at the committee today from the council. So we have, I saw Councillor McKelvey put her hand up, and Councillor Cressy and Councillor Fillion, Bradford, Fletcher, of course. Okay, so let's start there. Then we'll go first to Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to city staff for taking the interests of the city to heart and working so hard on this agreement. And I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being very pragmatic at a time where it'd be very easy to be political and working so hard to find consensus with the province, and I'm sure that wasn't an easy thing for you to do, so thank you for that. The proposed agreement is good news for Scarborough, and I'd like to draw your attention specifically to several of the written deputations that were submitted today. We've received submissions from the Scarborough Business Association, from 3 community associations in East Scarborough, including Centennial, West Rouge, and Highland Creek, representing more than 12,000 homes. Also included is a joint submission from the leadership of the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, Centennial College, and the Scarborough Hospital. Collectively, they represent 15,000 staff, 35,000 students, and 500,000 patients. All of these stakeholders have expressed their support for the 3-stop subway and that the funds that are freed up by the provincial agreement should be allocated to the Eglinton East LRT, built in full to Malvern. This agreement is a good deal for Scarborough, and it provides us with the opportunity to deliver on both the 3-stop Scarborough subway extension and the Eglinton East LRT. I've been unequivocal in my support for both projects, and I was elected based on my promise to advocate for both projects. The agreement by the province to pay for the Scarborough subway in full frees up the Scarborough Transit funds that were collected by a dedicated tax levy, as well as other funds. And I will continue to advocate that some of this funding be directed to construction of the Eglinton East LRT in full to Malvern. Scarborough needs an integrated transit network. It's not about subways versus LRTs. It's about both. A good city brings together subways, LRTs, in our case of Scarborough, the GO train and buses, working together in an integrated way to get people to where they need to go. This agreement is an important step in the right direction for Scarborough. I look forward to supporting it next week at Council. But even more than that, I, along with the residents of Scarborough, look forward to having the shovels in the ground as soon as possible so that we can build the transit that we have been waiting for since before 1985. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McKelvey. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and let me begin by thanking our city staff. This has been an incredibly long, arduous, and difficult process that you have not only led, but done an admirable job on, and I want to begin by thanking them. If I've learned anything in my 5 years at City Hall and the 10 years of watching transit debates here at the city, I think it would be that announcing transit plans is rather easy, but building transit is rather hard. And so let me give you a few of my thoughts here as it relates to the good, the bad, and the unknown, because I think there are pieces of all of it. There are pros here. The upload is off the table. And I want to commend you, Mr. Mayor, for your tenacious work to make that happen. The upload is off the table. The province has committed new dollars to significant transit expansion, and they've assumed financial risk. Those are all positives. The fact that we are looking at an actual potential relief line to provide not only much-needed relief to Line 1, but to potential additional relief in communities, underserved communities, is also positive. You cannot take away from the fact that those are critical pieces and I think are a real testament to the work of our staff. On the cons, let me tell you, as I see it, what this means for Scarborough. And let me begin by saying that in the last 9 years, Scarborough has seen the following: a 7-stop LRT, which was reversed to a 3-stop subway, which was reversed back to a 7-stop LRT, which was reversed back to a 3-stop subway, which was reversed to a 1-stop subway with a 14-stop LRT, which was reversed to a 1-stop subway, which is now being reversed to a 3-stop subway. That's 9 years. How much transit has been built in Scarborough in that time? None. And so this plan, yes, it may deliver new transit to Scarborough, but the cost estimates are low, and I can fairly well assume that we will hear about another reversal down the road. The unknowns. There are many unknowns associated with the Ontario line. Those unknowns are not good enough to say don't go forward with the Ontario line, but they are substantial enough that we need to work to resolve them. Alignment, fare integration, maintenance, impact on adjacent communities, all of those are details that we need to get right. They're not big enough to say no, but they are details we need to get right. So where are we in conclusion? For me, there are pros, there are cons, and there are unknowns. I think with this government, this very well may be, at a starting point, the best we can do. That does not mean we don't work tenaciously to address all those unknowns, and we heard about a lot of them here today, and we proceed with them. But if there's any lesson that I've seen in my 9 years watching transit in this city, it's that the practice of a new transit plan taking place after every election leads to transit not being built. And so let us commit to not only improving what's in front of us, but to actually getting it built, because our residents deserve it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. Just like to say that I think we're obviously far ahead of where we were 6 months ago, and I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that, and the staff. We're certainly far ahead of where I thought we would be. I do have a major concern. It's not the only concern, but it's one that I think needs to somehow be addressed, and I'll talk with staff between now and council about how best to do that. But there is a real issue with potential overcrowding, and the concern is fairly obvious that we all know that the Yonge line is full by the time it gets to, or crowded by the time it gets to Shepherd, pretty much full by when it gets to Eglinton, and just jam-packed by the time it gets to Bloor. So we all know all this. We know what needs to be done, but it's the timing that concerns me. We have one, very ambitious, highly complicated line, the Ontario line, that, and then we have a relatively simple one extending north. And, according to the province, they're both going to be done at the same time. And I think we know that's not possible, which then leaves the only solution to that would be that the province either agrees to slow down construction of the Yonge Line North, or we're in a position where they build it and then don't open it because it would be literally not just, the conditions would not just be overcrowded, but would be unsafe. But, and we know what the stated intent is, but, there have been a lot of things which have surprised us, which nobody thought any rational government would do, that have happened over the last year or two. So I just have a concern, and we also know how many votes are in the 905 area. So I have a concern that both projects will proceed as if starting them both now, they will somehow be completed at the same time. That will not happen. And I don't think any government, I don't care which party, is going to complete a subway and then not open it. So I think that, leaves us with the potential of having extreme overcrowding to the point of unsafe conditions if we don't get a real commitment, not just in a statement of intent, but a real commitment from the provincial government that one cannot happen before the other. So I'm not sure the best mechanism to do that, but I'll glad to discuss that with anyone between now and council. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much. Through the mayor, I'd like to start off by thanking staff for all their work on this file. It's obviously been a really tough transit dynamic in the province of Ontario, and in particular the city of Toronto, over the past 12 months. And I wouldn't really say that we were starting from a particularly strong position in terms of leverage at the negotiating table. And yet I think we can point to a lot of tangible things that came out of that process that are a real benefit to the city. And you should be commended for your efforts and commended to going there in the spirit of collaboration and in the spirit of protecting Toronto's interests, because I think that's what we achieved. Bill 107 really did change the transit planning dynamic in this province. With the strike of a pen in an afternoon, the province legislated the upload. They killed the relief line. They introduced the Ontario line, and they effectively prohibited municipalities from engaging in transit expansion in the province of Ontario. We've never seen anything like that before. And that is something that's really important for all of us to remember, that the landscape has fundamentally shifted beneath our feet over the past few months. And so that's the conversation that we're having. I'd like to thank the mayor for your leadership on this file, because I know it's been very difficult for all of us. And I'd like to thank all the people who came out and deputed and took your time today to share those perspectives. I think we all have concerns, and I think all of us as councillors have concerns around this also. It's important to remember that a lot of these things, with any transit project that starts and restarts, there's a stage gating process. There's detailed cost estimates that we have to go through. So when you read the business case, the preliminary business case, there's a lot of questions that still remain unanswered. But that is typical with many transit projects at the 0 to 10% of design. And staff have reaffirmed that. So these things are going to be addressed, but I would say being at the table has served us well. And I would suggest that we need to continue to be at the table to have those conversations, to influence and provide our input and your feedback as those stations and that infrastructure comes into our communities. There will always be transit impacts when we're bringing new infrastructure into stable neighborhoods across Toronto. Whether it's underground, at grade, or above grade, there will be impacts. How can we mitigate that? how can we do it in a way that's responsible and sensitive and still brings the transit that we desperately need in this city? So we're going to need all of you to continue to provide that feedback. And the reality is, it is one taxpayer, whether it's the municipality or the province, your voices need to be heard. And I trust that you'll be involved in that process. So I do want to thank staff, and I urge everyone to support this when we end up at council next week. It's a difficult transit dynamic that we are in right now, but certainly based on the experience over the past year, we've come out in a better position than we were before the negotiations, and that's something that we need to continue to do. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Bradford. And Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just also want to congratulate you and the city manager and both of your teams on really consider it a miracle that last year we were having everything taken away, and this year we have our subway and just the 4 lines that are being built. And I also want to thank my community for thinking about this and coming out so strongly, and also tell you all that we are not NIMBYs. In this small ward, we have 4 streetcar lines, 31 acres of subway tracks where the subways stay overnight, 22 acres of the yards for the new streetcars. 3/4 of all the maintenance on every streetcar in the city is done in Ward 14. And we have a connecting track from the 22 acres to Queen Street with no stops whatsoever and 100 streetcars going on it every day. So we are a transit community. We also have 3, those are all city-owned. We have 3 tracks that currently are owned by GO that have GO trains. There are VIA, and there are also freight trains on that line. This proposal in front of us here that from the province that I think you can hear my community asking, can we mitigate this? Can we have another look at this, please, since you're at the table and you have terms of reference to look at what the impact is of adding 3 new lines. We already know the 1 RER is going to be added. That's been in the works for years. You've heard the community who are members of that committee speak about that. But now we have 2 more, and those would be the Ontario Line lines. We're going from 3 to 6 through a neighborhood that you've seen really what that looks like. So there are a number of impacts that I think, while Metrolinx is building this and Metrolinx is running the consultation, I also believe that the city has an important role in letting Metrolinx understand the impact of running this above ground in this 2 kilometers. And I showed you this earlier. These are 6 stations with, 6 bridges within 2 kilometers, none of them wide enough to take the Ontario line. And when you add the Gardner takedown, which is just another kilometer south of that, this could be truly chaos for many years for transit and for road operations. And I think this has to be something that we think about. These are our streets going back and forth under those bridges. These are our communities. And we have other plans as well that will impact the what's going on with the Ontario line. So I really am, on behalf of my community, asking you to add those things in. The impact of 6 rail bridges, of 3 more tracks, on film production, on future development in Riverdale Plaza, which is up here, of putting an above-ground portal right through the middle of a development zone that has been seen as an important development for having higher order transit. These things really have not been looked at. That's outside of the parks, the green space, the community center that would have to be rebuilt. So I really am looking forward to our city expertise being articulated and Metrolinx either taking that into account or not. But it's on us to make sure they understand the big picture from the point of view of the city. And I have a video of trains, but I'll show that at council instead. Thank you.
Fletcher. Are there any other members of council in the room that are not members of the committee that are here to speak? Don't see anybody. Okay. I will put together a speakers list. I'm going to speak first, if I will, just because I have a motion to put that I hope will address some of what we've heard today. But can I just take a speakers list before we start? We've got Deputy Mayor Thompson, and we've got Deputy Mayor Menon Wong, and we've got Councillor Ainsley, Deputy Mayor Bailao, And Councillor Crawford. Okay, okay. Did I miss anybody? Okay. First of all, I will put this motion up on the screen, and it can stay there while I'm speaking, because we just have, start the clock, just have two things. I'm not going to give the list of why this is a great deal, because others have done that in speeches, and it's come out in the questions today. I'm going to divide my time between two things. One is this motion, and secondly is kind of where would we be without this deal. But I want to begin by just saying thank you to the staff, to the deputies, to the city manager, to the TTC, the CEO, and others. And they've all had teams, of course, working with them, and also Mr. Farag, who helped a lot with the finances. And the amount of work was involved. It was mentioned today, 50 meetings. I think that's probably an understatement, because that doesn't even count all the conference calls and so on. It was a huge undertaking. So I really just want to say thank you for what I think is an epic piece of work, and as Councillor Cressy and others have pointed out, it just gets us to where we are today, and we have a long way to go, but you know, a year ago you might not have predicted we'd be here. Secondly, I want to just draw your attention to this motion. What it is meant to do is to be responsive to what we heard today. And I hope it's fairly inclusive of the different areas that we have. And you can see in the top part of it, we've asked here, directed that our deputy city manager should engage with Metrolinx to find ways to mitigate impacts on these areas that are listed A through H: safety, noise, proximity of tracks, construction impacts, impacts to local services, including parks and community centers, station location, accessibility, and business impacts. And I'll say the latter two, we kind of knew from the written deputations. Most of the first ones are coming. The last two came exclusively out of the time we spent today listening to people. Secondly, you'll see here that it talks about saying that we've asked we would ask council to ask Metrolinx to look at ways in which we might mitigate, including putting a section underground, which is something we heard repeatedly today from some of the people in the middle section of the proposed line. And then thirdly, and this I think speaks to your point, Deputy Mayor, that we should ask Metrolinx about ensuring robust community consultations, but we should be making sure, because there was an element of, I don't want to call it mistrust, but there was certainly an element of doubt as to whether they would do that on their own without us being involved as, shall we say, their partner. The only other thing in the minute that I have left I want to address is just where would we be without this deal. And, you know, I was so tempted today to get involved with Mr. Sewell when he was here, because it's kind of fun anyway, but, and engage him, because he came here, and you might remember, he brought a very thoughtful presentation with his very strongly held view, much of which I agreed with, about what a disaster it would be to have our subway uploaded. And so today he was here saying, well, we shouldn't have two sets of ownership. And I wanted to say to him, well, does that mean then you're therefore in favor of uploading? Because the province has legislated they're going to own these new projects. But we stopped them, we convinced them not to proceed with the uploading, which is not by itself reason to do anything else. It's just on its own a huge step forward from where we were. And there were at least two members of council who said we should have no truck nor trade with these scoundrels, and we should send them packing and lose their phone number and never talk to them. And we sat at the 50 meetings, and we went through with them. We had to get pretty tough at some stages of the game in terms of what our goals were, and we're here today a step forward without me enumerating the benefits, because others have done that and I don't have time. So I just want to say, I think if we have to think back to where we were about a year ago and what people were advising us, that we should have no truck nor trade, not discuss with these people who have a lot of the legislative power, I think we're pretty well off. So I would urge you to support this motion, because I think it will help us to move forward, and to support, of course, the recommendations as amended. Thank you. So that brings me to the list, which has Deputy Mayor Thompson next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I too want to offer my thanks to obviously the members of the public that were here to speak about their concerns. I also want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I also want to thank the Premier and the Transportation Minister as well, Minister Mulrooney, and the Deputy Minister Kinga Surma. I know we've had some good conversations with her and so on, the City Manager and Deputy City Manager, Mr. Cook, and the TTC, Mr. Gleary, and all of his team members, and a collaborative approach in terms of trying to address this issue. And you stole a little bit of my thunder there, Mr. Mayor. I was going to express about the people at council who said, you know, lose their phone number and let's not talk to them because nothing good will come of it and so on. The city manager's been insistent that, yes, we need to be at the table, and you've been insistent, Mr. Mayor, about the conversation and so on. Every conversation about transit in this city has been difficult. No matter how minor it appears, it's always very difficult. I think we have two fundamental problems and challenges as it relates to transit. First, it's the state of good repair. In as much as we want to advance, we want to build, and we want to do all these amazing things and the impact that it may have and so on, we also have to remember, in as much as we want to have these spanking new lines, we actually have a system that's actually now failing us because we don't have the money to repair it. So I think we need to ensure that we're understanding where the crossroads with respect to this issue, and we need to make sure that's an area that we pay a lot of attention to. There's no doubt that transit has such an impact, economic impact, environmental impact, all these benefits to us and so on, but we have to make sure we get it right, because it actually has an impact on community as well. We've heard from all the residents here about how it will impact their sort of daily lives, their livability, and you know, their community and their children and so on. We're not going to, you know, forget that. We understand those issues, and we have to be part of the discussion that's taken place. I'm at a loss to understand why we can't proceed with respect to the plans for the expansion with respect to the Scarborough subway. We have done, through the line of questioning that I've asked, a lot of work's been done. The expectation from the residents, most of these subways will be through my ward. And a lot of expectation is in place right now for the residents there, and we need to actually have that in place. It would, you know, bottle the mind, quite frankly, that in fact we're just going to let it sit for an inordinate amount of time and delay and delay. When I look at attachment 5, I mean, it seems to me that we can proceed. I have spoken with the Premier. I have talked to him about the Lawrence piece and the Highland Creek that's there and how the depth that you have to go through in order to get to the Scarborough Town Centre and beyond. But it seems to me that the opportunity is there because a line is already being built. And so in as much, and I realize I'm 3 minutes, Mayor, and I'll wrap up in a second, as much as we are challenged with that, I think that we have to proceed with this, and the city manager has indicated as part of the discussion that he's going to have at the table, those discussions are going to be ongoing and so on. So I'm looking forward to that because I want to be able to report out to my residents as to what to expect as we move forward, because there's huge challenges as it relates to huge opportunity of benefits to our communities across the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Thompson. And if I dig out my list here, I have next Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too wanted to say congratulations to you on all the negotiations that you were involved with. Quite frankly, I don't think anyone would have seen this coming when this whole process started out. I was talking to the city manager and I said, if you wanted to do comparison and do a T-bar and see what we gave away versus what we got, we gave away the downtown relief line. That was replaced by the Ontario line. But then after that, everything's on our side of the ledger. Those are everything that we got. We didn't give up anything else. So in terms of the finance piece, we're billions and billions of dollars ahead that we can use for the transit system. So that's great news. On the local front, and I said this from the very beginning the Ontario line was introduced, it's a great win for our community. It's a great win for our community. It's great for Flemington. It's great for Thorncliffe. And those folks, the city will open up to them in terms of opportunity and jobs and all that type of stuff. And quite frankly, when you compare it to where the city was in terms of building a LRT or transit, rapid transit north of the Danforth in this community, they're pretty much nowhere. So now we're somewhere. We're a lot further ahead. So that's great. The only other thing I'll say is quite frankly, on this consultation piece, I understand where they're at. I don't think, because they're building it, they're paying for it, we're not the guys you need to come to tell us what you want. You got to go to them. You've got to go to Metrolinx because they're the people who actually are the decision makers. The people who actually write the checks are the people that can make the changes. And because we're not writing the checks, we can't make the changes. And to create that sort of expectation that, quite frankly, would be a failed expectation, that you come to us and we're going to make those changes. We, quite frankly, all we can do is ask. We can't do the changes. And so I think at the end of the day, the province or Metrolinx has to be the forum where you get them you tell them what you need and you get them to make that decision because it's their line. It's not the city's line.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. And I'm going to start, Mayor Tory, by thanking you. I've been a councillor now since 2006. This is probably the most comprehensive transit plan that I've seen that you've been able to negotiate, and the staff with the provincial and federal government. So I want to thank you. I want to acknowledge our staff that are all behind me. I don't want to thank them because they have a lot of work to do, and hopefully they'll all be here when we finally get some transit built. And the other component about not just the willpower I want to talk about is the money, because in this report there's so many different aspects of money that we need to deal with, and getting the province and the federal government at the table in the report, the state of good repair, and just trying to take care of the system we have. And when other levels of government say we need to add on, whether it's up to Vaughan or Markham, and then I look at what we have now, and we have subway system stations downtown that were built in the 1950s. And they're the same size they were when we cut a ribbon on them in the 1950s. So I look at, adding more capacity to the system in stations that were built in the 1950s. That's a huge hurdle. Building the downtown relief line, other huge financial hurdles. In Scarborough, my ward's in the southeast corner of Scarborough, the LRT at one time was going to be opened in 2015. It was going to run to the Pan Am Centre in the University of Toronto, Scarborough. Those students who are here today, they're still waiting. People in Scarborough, and Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Thompson touched on it. People in Scarborough are so frustrated. When you talk about the costs and where it's going to go and what it's going to do, 9 times out of 10 people say to me, Councillor, just build something. I want to get from point A to point B. My kids want to get to school. They want to get to school using public transit and be able to use it while they're still in school, and not saying to their grandkids, remember when we were going to build an LRT or a subway station? So people in Scarborough are just frustrated and want to see it built. And I think that we have a firm starting point, and I want to see it started and have those partnerships with the provincial and federal government and bring that money that we need to the table to finally get transit built that we need to succeed as a city. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Lindsay. Deputy Mayor Bailão.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Like my colleagues, I do want to thank you for your leadership, for being pragmatic, keeping calm when we felt like there was a tsunami coming our way, and I think you asked council to support staff to be at the table to initiate these conversations, and I think the result is in front of us. What many people thought was not going to be achievable, that the upload was going to be off the table, and today people are just brushing it off as if it was going to happen. We all knew it was going to happen. Well, we perfectly well know that that was not the case a few months ago, and many people were doubting the time and the energy that we're spending to trying to get it off the table. That is the reality. I think that not only the fact that the upload is off the table, but the fact that the province recognized that TTC had a big backlog issue is also an important milestone. They recognize it through this agreement by allowing us to spend this money, and I think maybe a big reason they didn't want to take the system is they actually realized the huge backlog problem that they had. But that was, I think, an important recognition of the system as well. I think that also having the province investing more money, calling on the federal government during an election that actually resulted in further investment on that is a good result for us. The fact that we're going to be avoiding also overruns, risks of overruns in the projects as well. These are capital projects that very often have cost overruns is important. And to actually use a model that we're not creating new. The Eglinton Crosstown is very much being built with the model that is in front of us for the new lines. So I think that is important to note, that we're not creating a two-tier system is in here. That system is done. That boat has sailed. That we're just using the same systems to create more lines. Are there risks with the Ontario line? I think there is, but I mean, the reality is that if we were even to considering continuing the work with the relief line like we had, we might be, using the words of our city manager, running into legal issues. And so not only money issue, but legal issues. So I think it is important to recognize that there are some unknowns, but there are also some benefits, that this line is actually going to be a lot longer, creating more relief for the young line, going to neighborhoods that really could use the access to this, and I think that is important to note. I also want to thank and acknowledge the residents that came here today. I think there were a lot of important issues that were brought to our attention. I represent a community that has a number of projects, a number of train lines, and we have been going through many of these issues through the years. And it is important that Metrolinx and the province realizes that these are not only transit projects that run through communities, that these need to be integrated in the communities. These need to be properly planned, because you don't want to be doing good on one side just to be damaging a community or a neighborhood on the other. So, and I think that we as a city need to advocate for our communities on that. That is city building, and that's our role as well. So I think that we play a really important role on this. And since I am running out of time, I'll save my other comments for council.
All right. Thank you very much. And that brings us to Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I too want to congratulate you on the work that you have done in the leadership component of pushing this forward. And I also want to thank staff, as I think everybody has been doing. When we gave the directions through council to staff last year, I wasn't too sure myself whether or not we were going to be achieving, maybe half of them, if not most of them. But what we see before us, staff achieved almost everything that we gave them direction to do, almost everything, which is good news. Now, of course, in any negotiation or conversation, it takes two, but I think with them and the province, they got what was probably the best deal for the city. And if it's about building transit, this is absolutely good news. And when you look, when you're looking at, keeping ownership and the upload and paying for it all, $5.1 billion we're going to be able to reallocate into capital work, whether it's state of good repair or other priorities. And I'm just going through the numbers of next year's budget, and one of the things that's going to be coming out is the challenges we're having on the capital side. We will manage, I think, the operating. It'll be a challenge, but I think on the capital side we have real problems. This is going to help. It's not going to solve everything, but it's absolutely going to help. And if anybody says no to this deal, really, I think what they're talking about is they don't want to build transit in the city. And it was interesting when one of my colleagues was asking the city manager about, this may, if we say no to the relief line, it may actually be illegal. We may not be able to build or work towards what we want to do on the relief line, but don't forget, this is already legislated. The province is going to be building it anyway, and we need to be at the table. After what we've seen over the last 6 months, and what we have succeeded with our staff at being at the table, we need to be at the table, continuing moving forward, because this province is going to be doing this. It will be happening. We need to be at the table for the challenges that were going to be happening, and we heard about a lot of that today. But the main thing I'm looking forward to, and I'm really, I've been here 9 years, and I've been debating Scarborough Subway over and over again. I'm really looking forward to the day on the Scarborough side, but I think in transit overall, is that I don't want to be debating this anymore. We just need to get on with building transit, and I think that's what the people who have elected us to be here want as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Any other speakers? I think we've pretty much gone through the list of those who wanted to speak, and so that would bring us to the point where we could consider, I believe we just have the one motion, which is the one I put, so we could put that up on the screen. And there we are. And we'll deal with that first, if we can, and I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion, we should probably have a recorded vote, just because of this is responsive to all the deputations today.
On the motion, all in favor, Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak. That carries.
Thank you. And then we'll move to the motion, to the item as amended, and again, we'll have a recorded vote.
On the item as amended, all in favor, Mayor Tory, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak. The item as amended carries unanimously.
So thank you all, and may I particularly thank all the people that came today, because if you happen to be number 58 on the deputation list, it means you have spent a long day waiting to be heard. But I think hopefully people can tell that we were responsive to what they had to say in this statement of further work to be done, and we'll have a further discussion, of course, at council. And I didn't mention this because sometimes it's a double-edged sword, but I want to just make mention of my own, and not because he's mine. He's a valuable asset to the city. My own chief of staff, Luke Robertson, who was involved working with the city manager and the others. I mean, they did a lot of the work because there's so many people that helped in the TTC and in the different parts of the city government. But Luke was there at a lot of those meetings and was the one that sort of told me when I had to growl or make appropriate bad faces or whatever. So I followed those instructions as best I could. So I want to make thanks to him. So that then brings us, we dealt with 9.2 already, so that brings us to 9.3, where we were holding that for one deputation, and that is Michael Rosenberg. I see Mr. Rosenberg is right there, so we can hear from him. Mr. Rosenberg, you're up, sir. All right, if we could just make sure as we transition here that we try and do that in a quiet manner, because we've got to keep going. Deputy Manager Tracy Cook. And that sort of cabal at the back there. All right, here we go. Mr. Rosenberg, you have 3 minutes, and we're talking about item EX 9.3, modern TO enabling a flexible and mobile workplace. Over to you, sir.
Okay, so this item is often the kind of thing that maybe people don't pay too much attention to, but I do think these business practices do have some impacts, and they're not always as positive as you might have expected them to be. And I also think it's worth noting that there's a section in that part of the report that talks about environmental benefits. It actually doesn't talk about the things that are often touted. It mentions some other things related to the location of offices and things like that. But it actually doesn't say necessarily that things that are often said to be environmental benefits are. It doesn't say that just getting rid of paper by itself is an environmental benefit, because the actual technology that replaces the paper uses a lot more resources and energy. So I think that while this kind of area of business practices covers a wide range of things, it actually does deserve to be thought about, and that some of the areas that are beneficial are there, but some of the areas that people maybe think are beneficial are not necessarily beneficial. I don't want this to be used as an excuse for a lot more technology, because obviously each individual technology project is expensive. And I don't think people often realize until well into the process that maybe it was more expensive than any possible benefits from it. Presto might be a good example of that, but I would say it's just a general property of technology nowadays, that it uses a lot of resources, it's expensive, and it doesn't necessarily get a lot more done, so you can actually end up reducing productivity. And you hear that in offices. People say that productivity has gone down. And it also has a lot of other negative impacts in terms of the decision-making processes and, you know, whether machines are actually just making decisions on their own. So just keep this area as something that needs to be looked at more carefully and is not just treated as an automatic. I noticed in the report that the real estate areas were referred back to council, but the workplace areas were given to the city manager for final decision. Perhaps that suggests that this is not considered as important as consequential as it should be, and I'm asking you to think of these areas as much more consequential. And also, there are other related areas going on, such as the whole waterfront issue with technology, and that the city is starting to make some moves to having a technology assessment process, but I think that that's been very limited so far, and you really need to have not just a process for review of certain waterfront projects, but you need to have a mandate in the city to have a real technology impact assessment that is ongoing and addresses all of the future impacts of especially electronic technology and artificial intelligence, but just in general, that technology impact assessment has to become a distinct function of the city, which even the limited proposals with regard to the waterfront do not actually achieve yet, but should in the future become the start of a real technology impact assessment process in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosenberg. And are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, and I gave you an extra minute there as an acknowledgement of your great patience in staying here all day to be heard on that, and we appreciate that very much. Are there any questions of staff on this item? Are there any speakers on this item? Okay, if not, then I can ask Councillor Ainsley has moved the recommendations contained in the report on item 9.3, and I'll call the question. All those in favour? Opposed? Carried. 9.4 similarly was held for one deputation by our former colleague, former Councillor Doucette.
I just got a motion. Pass the
I beg your pardon? Oh, okay. Okay. Apparently there's a motion that Councillor Nunziata left, so I'll have, where is it?
I'm just putting it in now, but it's.
Oh, all right, it's just not in the system yet, so, yeah, do we have, on this one, yes, we could go do that. Indeed, you're right, Councillor Pasternak, thank you. Are there questions of staff on EX 9.4, our submissions with respect to the Canada Infrastructure Program? Councillor Pasternak, you have a question.
Yes, no, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, I guess I'm focusing many of my questions on the Downsview Community Center. There's two parts of the report.
You got your mic on there, Councillor Pasternak?
Yeah, it is on.
Oh, there you are. No, it's a little better now.
So in the supplementary report, it mentions that the start date for the Downsview Community Center is the first quarter of 2025. And in the main staff report, it's 2029 to 2033 build out. Which of those sets of numbers are we relying on to advance this project?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to check in with staff on that one. They are conflicting numbers, and I just need to do a little bit of background work on it to find out which the correct is. My thinking is that one could be some of the preliminary work and planning around it, and the next could be the actual construction on it, but let me just double check to make sure.
Now, the federal government, this is on federal lands within the Downsview Secondary Plan, and through various meetings that I've had with them over the last year as the local councillor, is they are planning to design and build this community center. Is that your understanding?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there have been some past discussions with Downsview around the design and construction of the facility, but as you know, none of those plans have currently come to fruition. I think the issue with this is if we do receive the provincial and federal funding, we would start over again with planning, including the design of the community center and the location.
Do we have a precedent where we can where we're giving the blessing to another level of government to design, scope, and take the lead on a community center, and then we take the operations over?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think we have a precedent around that at this point. And again, I think a lot of the meetings we had with Downsview prior to were very preliminary, and they had taken upon themselves to do some of that planning and design work. But it was conceptual in nature, to my knowledge.
Now, the Downsview Secondary Plan is sort of the basis of this community center. I have it approved by council in 1999. and where a community center with an indoor pool and goes on and on, was actually approved by council. So would you agree that we've been waiting, I guess, 10 years, 10 years since it was approved by council, and then based on, depending on which set of numbers are correct, another 10 years before the build-out, even though another level of government has come to the table saying that they will take carriage of it as far as the construction is concerned.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, in the Downsview Secondary Plan, I think the idea was always that the community facilities would follow the development and the growth in the area and would be built accordingly when that growth happened. Around the federal sort of funding around this, we've yet to receive any federal funding confirmed to this project. So again, a lot of the preliminary discussions were just discussions at that point. I think if this is successful and there is provincial and federal funding attached to the project, we would, as I said again, sit down with everyone and start from scratch on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. And are there any other questions of staff on this? So we've determined, in fact, that I don't have a motion for Councillor Nunziata. That's on the Parks one that I do. And so it means if there are no other questions of staff, we can see if there's anybody wishing to speak to this. Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, so I'll just take a couple of minutes. I assured both my federal counterpart, who was just recently re-elected on Monday night, and my provincial counterpart, who the mayor knows both these elected officials very well, MP Levitt and MPP Roman Babar, are extremely supportive of the role that their levels of government can play in helping fund a community center on the Downsview secondary lands. It's a unique situation in which it would be built on federal lands, so the location is decided. It's near a subway stop, so it's accessible to transit. It is right in the heart of an improvement, a neighborhood improvement area. So it meets that criteria. And it's something that is going to be needed as they intensify in the William Baker neighborhood, which is going to have about 3,000 units, and the Allen District neighborhood, which is also going to have close to 3,000 units. So making my pitch here on behalf of my federal and provincial counterparts, and of course, as a local councillor, I'm very excited to see this here mentioned in the report. Very excited that it is a potential project. I want to thank staff for considering it and putting it in here, and certainly we'll do what we can at the local level to make sure it's supported. I have verbal assurances that the federal and provincial government will come on side for this project because there's heavy support both in Ottawa and Queen's Park for it. So thank you very much to staff, and we look forward to only good news in the future. Oh, there was a motion I was going to move on behalf of Councillor Fillion, so I probably should have.
Sure, pardon me? Is that what happened? That's on 9.5 as well. That's on the Parks Master Plan.
Oh, it's not here. Okay, fair enough.
Different report, yeah. Okay, thanks. That's the confusion with Councillor Nunziata as well. Are there any other speakers? I will just literally speak for 30 seconds to just really say that I'm going to be lobbying hard for our list here. This is our list, and we've been getting better cooperation recently with respect to the prospects of all three governments coming together because it's a federal program, but we needed the provinces opening up of this very process we're participating in now. Because I want to mention, in addition to being supportive of Councillor Pasternak and the elected representatives he mentioned for Downsview, also Lawrence Heights is something that's a very important project to me, and I know to Councillor Cole, and to the federal representative there, Marco Mendicino. And I think we're getting now increased interest in this from the province, which is good. And I will just say I also had a recent meeting with the school board because they were starting to look like there were some issues there to try and iron those out so that we could have these things move forward. A lot of them have been talked about for years, and it's sort of like transit. It's just time to get on with them. So I commend this report to you because it puts our list in to make sure this process keeps moving. So on that note, if there's no other speakers, I will then call the question on this matter, and it has no motions, I'm correct? So, and by the way, Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor, thank you for commending us to read Sarah Doucette's brief, which was a very good account of all the good things done in Hyde Park there, and she's continued to work very hard on that as a passion of hers, so I'm glad we took a look at that before we voted this afternoon. And on that note, we'll call the question. All those in favour of the recommendations contained in the report? And, yeah, opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, that does, in fact, bring us, let me just see here what we have left to deal with.
7?
Well, yeah, 7 now. That was being held by the deputy mayor here, and just causing trouble in some respect or other. But well, we have another big one to deal with some depths, but council number 9.7. Do you have anything? I mean, did you want to ask a couple of questions of staff, or what? Just okay. Well,
Sure, this person's gone.
no. Christine Ralph's Friends of University Avenue is still here or not here? Gone. Okay, because she sort of withdrew in favor of us moving through this. But if you have some questions, then why don't we just do that? And, pardon me? Yours are okay. And now we just have then the one item left after that, which has to do, of course, with the Parks Master Plan.
Yeah. So who are the folks, who are the Friends of University Avenue? Who are the Friends of University Avenue?
I can answer that question, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the Friends of University...
Turn on your mic.
It is on. It is on. You can't hear me? Sorry, I'll move a little bit closer to that. So the Friends of University Avenue are a not-for-profit organization which is made up of residents in Toronto, some of which are artists, engineers, and others who work in the arts field, who came forward to us to provide us with this art installation that they're paying for through philanthropic funds.
Okay, just not to belabor things, can I ask that you provide for us, if it's not for profit, the board members and at council as a, or just send it to me or whatever. I would just like to know who they are.
So, Councillor...
It's fairly, Mr. Mayor, you know, in terms of transparency, I don't know if it's a not-for-profit, we should know who they are.
I have no problem with that.
Secondly,
just by way of a question, not to ask your questions for it, but can we have that list provided so that we know we have an undertaking?
We can absolutely provide you with the information of the board members and the incorporation details, so it's clear that they are a not-for-profit entity.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I can provide that from a list I have here. Ms. Christine Ralphs from FUA is the president, Lloyd Ralphs Design. Justin Young, a partner with Idea Workshop.
no, she's cutting into my time, that's why I just...
no, that's fine. I'll get that time back for you, and the deputy city manager will provide you.
I don't know whether that's a strategy
any
or
other
not.
information about the nonprofit corporate. We're just trying to run out the clock, deputy mayor. But you go ahead.
Never happened.
We'll leave you. We'll get you to 3:45. Okay, we give 2 more minutes.
3:40. Okay, so there's a memorandum there. So there's apparently going to be the report references a memorandum of understanding that's going to put together the details of how this is going to operate, and you're asking us to approve this memorandum of understanding. I think in the contents of the recommendations. I'm just wondering, you know, we're actually you haven't finished the memorandum of understanding, yet you're asking us to approve this memorandum that's not yet drafted.
You're right. The Memorandum of Understanding is being drafted by legal right now. It really contains much of what is in this report and will deal with issues of risk, liability, and all of the various approvals that the Friends would need to get before we can actually move forward with the implementation of this project.
So can you assure us that in the memorandum that the city will be saved from any costs associated with Phase 1?
So legal has ensured that within that MOU, it specifies that all costs must be incurred by the Friends of University Avenue, including all costs to create, to install, to take down, and all contingency costs would be covered by them, that they will not be covered by the city. A steering group of staff from various divisions, including transportation, building, PF&R, and planning, have ensured that, you know, those things are covered and that we've asked those questions so that they can be incorporated into that MOU.
And so can you also, I think this would be useful for members of council because it's not here, can you attach some sort of visual representation of what it is they're going to be building, constructing, erecting? Can you do that?
We can do that. We can also circulate that to you, Councillor, so you have that. We were going to attach it to this, but the installation is still being created right now, so we wanted to ensure that you have the correct and up-to-date one.
Okay, so that's going to come when we're at the council meeting? And then...
This is your last question. Yeah.
Phase 2, that's going to cost money, yes? And can you describe those costs that we may have to pay?
So phase 2 costs have not been determined, which is why we're asking you to look at only phase 1 and approval only for phase 1. Once phase 1's, and if phase 1 is completed in the way that we're hoping it will be, we will come back to committee and council with information about that phase 1 and what phase 2 may look like should we choose to enter into phase 2 or 3. We're not making any commitments about anything other than phase 1.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there other persons wishing to ask questions of staff? Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. And the point that the Deputy Mayor Min Wong has been making, I'm just wondering why this report could not contain the information that he's asking for to ensure that we have an understanding as to who is responsible, who the philanthropic group and who this not-for-profit group is as such. Why is that information not contained here?
The not-for-profit group was still being formalized, so we didn't have it in this report. We can certainly make it available at council. And in terms of the question around the physical structure that's been created, we didn't have the final one at the time of putting this report forward, which is now available, and we can bring it forward as part of the council package.
All right, so what you're saying to me is that the report was sort of half complete and you've submitted it?
We wanted to make sure that we brought it to committee and then to council so that you knew what we were doing and the engagement that we were having with this group. Certainly from the staff side, we feel that this is an important and very exciting project that we wanted to sort of bring forward. We feel that the MOU that's being drafted by our legal staff will ensure that the city is covered in terms of liability and cost.
So I get all that, but you didn't say that in the report.
We didn't, yes.
Right, so maybe in the future you'd say that in the report. I mean, I've had a chance to speak to Ms. Ralph, and it's a fantastic opportunity, the local councillors championing it and so on, but I think we've done them a disservice by the preparation of this report. Would you not agree?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can just chime in.
Please.
We did have discussions about the timing of when to bring this item before council, and did think, given the nature, the amount of work that's happening with staff, and it has been quite a bit to get to this point, that we ought to at least have the conversation and have the opportunity to hear from council on their perspective on the proposal. Acknowledge there perhaps are some items in here that we could have provided a bit more fulsomely. So this is a bit preemptive, but really it's to seek that guidance from you.
Okay, thank you.
Could have asked a lot more questions because the time clock has gone off. Yeah, thank you for your consideration. Oh, there it's back on, but now it's going a little funny. Okay, other questions of staff, if any? Okay, other people wishing to speak, starting with Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So about 15 months ago, the Friends of University Avenue approached my office. These are civic leaders. They've partnered with 3 of the hospitals along University Avenue, and they approached my office initially with an offer to, on a philanthropic basis, contribute funds to improve University Avenue in partnership with the city. Seems like a no-brainer to me. To improve University Avenue with public art, to improve University Avenue in partnership with the city with lighting, to improve University Avenue in partnership with the city with the improvement of our monuments. These are all great things. In that time, an internal staff working group has been convened comprising everybody. Transportation Services, PF&R, the Partnerships Office, you name it. And I have to tell you, it's one of these instances where there are a zillion bad reasons to say no, but it's our duty to say yes. And I think the Bentway has demonstrated that we want civic leaders in our city to contribute to our city. It shouldn't just be, if you're a philanthropist, you contribute to making the hospitals and institutions better. You also should, and we want to be a city that welcomes and encourages you to work with us. And I think this is one of those great examples where we have civic-minded community leaders coming forward to say, we want to partner with the city to make University Avenue a better place. There are a million bad reasons we could say, you can't do that. Easements, snow, all the rest. But they've said, you know what? We want to make this work, and there's not going to be any financial risk to the city. And so there's only one thing we should do, which is find a reason to say yes. And I'm fully supportive and want to lend my support here publicly as well.
Thanks, Councillor Cressy. Any visiting councillors? Councillor Deputy Mayor Wong, then Deputy Mayor Thompson to speak.
Thank you. I just wanted to lend my voice to this issue. In spite of the questions I've asked staff, I'm certainly not trying to be critical at all. I don't want that to be. It's just that if that information was there, perhaps it would have been helpful to the Deputy Mayor and myself and others and so on. I certainly want to thank Councillor Cressy and the work that he's done with this group. I had an opportunity this morning because Ms. Ralph was here and I read the report, but I didn't have the context as to who was involved. And I actually went out to this morning and Councillor Cressy introduced me to her. We had a good chance to speak. And if you understood the impetus as to how this came about as an unfortunate situation with her and matters that she was dealing with her, a member of her family in the hospital and so on and so forth, and other sequences involving her personally. And their outlook in terms of University Avenue and what they saw was disenchanting to them and disappointing to them and so on. And they thought, well, listen, why don't we look at bringing some light to University Avenue? And so I think that the benefits for us is enormous. I think that the opportunity and the engagement, the relationship in our partnership office and so on is fantastic. We need to support this and get behind it. University Avenue is such an iconic street, an iconic area that we don't treat well as a city. And we haven't done it, Mr. Mayor, well in advance of your arrival here. We've talked about it for a long period of time. Here we have an opportunity in terms of our citizens, the public, coming together with renowned leaders and companies and organizations that are, you know, if you will, award-winning in terms of lighting and architecture and facilitation and so on for our iconic University Avenue. It is such an iconic street that we treat poorly. And so here's an opportunity for us. And I think that for Ms. Ralph to be organizing this with some great civic leaders, I think that's a tremendous asset for us. And as we move forward, if we have to make an investment in this, it's a benefit to us going forward in terms of art, installation, and culture. If we look at many other cities around the world, you go, you see amazing art, deco, you see design and features and so on. If we want to be a world-class city, we ought not just to say we are, that we want to be. We actually live it and breathe it. We have to invest in the feature and the architecture to allow us to be such that we are in fact on display, because we need to be on display as we compete globally with all the things that we do in this city about business and commerce and bringing people together in our ability in terms of wanting to ensure that people understand that this city and its diversity and what we bring in the features and so on. So like University Avenue, let's support it because it will magnify and actually demonstrate to the world that we have in fact indeed arrived and we are a world-class city. So I support this 100%, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. And then we have Deputy Mayor Wong.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't disagree with a lot of the things that Councillor Thompson said with regard to University Avenue. But the thing about this is we've got to provide sufficient financial scrutiny of all these arrangements. And, Councillor Cressy raised, I'll use two examples. One that Councillor Cressy raised, he'd like to talk about how great the Bentway was. Well, we entered into that arrangement, and then after the fact, we found out that the financial arrangements weren't that fantastic, and we were left with doing some pretty creative accounting because the operating costs were pretty steep. And so while, you can talk about city building or building something beautiful, that's fine. No one's opposed to that. But if you don't pay attention to the financial piece, and some councillors may not want to do that, I understand that, there have to be others that do. And the operating piece is going to come back in a number of years, as you know, Mr. Mayor, and they're going to be significant and they're going to be substantial. I think the operating costs right now are somewhere around $1.5 to $2 million, and I don't know how they spend that type of money.
The second thing is, and you know, we've had these discussions before, and you know, Councillor Thompson talked about world class. Do you remember when we were talking about that winter exhibition that they're planning at the Toronto Zoo? And we had a big discussion about that, and we were very suspicious about it. But you know, we heard deputants talking about world class and how this is going to be a great exhibition, yada, yada, yada. Well then, I don't know if you read in the paper that the city of Kingston did exactly the same thing, and it was a complete failure, a financial failure. And so I think that we have to talk about, you know, things that are going to beautify the city, and no one's opposed to making University Avenue beautiful and putting some art pieces and sculptures up. But it's our responsibility as a city councillor and members of this committee to ask the difficult questions before we approve these things. And I'm not going to stop doing that, nor should I think members of this committee, and nor should I think members of council. It has to make sense from a city building point of view, but we've got to make sure that the city is protected as well financially.
Any other speakers? If not, I just want to say a word on this, and actually, and not as out of contrivance, I actually sort of have some sympathy, a lot of sympathy for moving forward with this, but also some sympathy for the fact that we have to do these things properly. You know, Ms. Ralph came to see me a while ago about this, and I was instantly taken in by what she said. When I say taken, it's the wrong expression, but I found myself understanding what she said about what you see when you look out the window. All the people look out the window of those hospitals, and it's not about them entirely, but it's about them in part, because those hospitals are full of people every day, and it's hospitals plural. And Barb was in there for a long time, a number of years ago, and I was there all the time, and at night, there's nothing you can see. It's kind of just, unfortunately, for a street that somebody, I think Councillor Cressy described as iconic, and it is. And I think this will make a big difference in terms of creating life and creating a sense of art on the street at night especially. And I, too, you know, echo his words with respect to encouraging more of this civic philanthropy. I won't spend a long time defending the Bentway, but I mean, you're right about that, too. In fact, we discovered later, and I don't think it was anybody trying to put one over on anybody else at all. In fact, far from it. These are the most honorable people you'll ever meet. The Matthews that gave $25 million. And I got to tell you, anytime somebody shows up wanting to give $25 million to the city to beautify it or make it better, I'm going to be finding any which way I can, you know, within reason, to accept it. But I think you're right. We've got to check out who they are. We have to know that, because we're entering into new effect in a partnership, and we have to sort of know what all the mathematics are. I mean, when you get to phases 2 and 3, what does that involve? But I think we're pretty clear in saying what we're looking at here is phase 1. I think we're going to get more information on who these people are so that we have more detail on that, and I think those questions were properly asked. So, but I think nonetheless that we'll find out these are good people, because I've done a tiny bit of discussion with Ms. Ralph and so on. And secondly, we'll find out this is a project we should definitely proceed with in the interest of the city. I was going to make one slightly tongue-in-cheek suggestion, which is that we try and convince the artist to put a small speaker on top of the lighting installation pointed north, so that on future instances in which there are difficulties at Queen's Park, we can go on from master control here at City Hall and go, attention, attention. But that would probably be not to the liking of the artist. Anyway, are we ready for the question on this? So we have a recommendation here on item 9.7, and I'll call the question. All those, pardon me? Yeah, a recorded vote.
On the item, all in favor, Mayor Tory, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Bailao, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak, all opposed. That carries unanimously.
Thank you. So, am I right, Madam Clerk, that leaves us only with item 9.6?
9.9.
I'm sorry.
9.5, 9.9, 9.10.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry, okay, I just had the deputations list here. So I'm just trying to sort of, I think we should get on with the parks, because there are people waiting to be heard. I thought that one was going to be a little faster, but it didn't take too long. Sorry. 9.9, transportation budget, capital budget. What did you want to do there?
So, Mr. Mayor, I asked this to the staff earlier, that I wanted a list of the streets. There's $25 million that was cycled. We got $25 million more into the system to do more streets, which was great. I wanted a list of them, which they just sent me like 30 seconds ago. I'd just like if they could report to council on a list of streets and in which wards they are. If they could do that, report to council, then I'm happy to let it go.
So would you like to just move then a motion that
Yeah, that the city staff are asked to
staff provide to
council on the
council a list of the streets and projects on which this money has been spent, broken down by ward,
Yes, that's right.
right? And that's, so can we, all right. Do we need to have that all written up before we vote? All right, so they'll write it up. That's moved by Deputy Mayor Min Wong. Are there any, I should ask that before we get to the motion, are there any questions of staff on this? Are there any, all right, so that's a motion. Any questions of the mover? Otherwise, I'll call for a vote on the
And
motion.
I'll just say good on them for getting $25 million more out the door. 'Cause-
Look, I think it's great, but.
Not 25, well, getting 25 more, spending more
Projects done this
projects,
year.
and not
It is
$25
construction
million
season.
out the door.
Yeah, so on Deputy Mayor Min Wong's motion to require that list to be brought to us for council, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. And then the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. Okay.
I just got it.
And then that was 9.9. And then we had, so we have 9.10 and 9.7. Let's do 9.7. The parks, park, huh? 9.5, yeah, the parks and recreation, because there are people waiting to be heard, and I apologize to them. So, we have deputations on this. There are 8, and I'll just give the first 3. We have Eric Code, Graham Welsh, Toronto Sport and Social Club, and Bonnie Sacchetti, Toronto Curling Association. So is Mr. Eric Code here? Sorry, I just can't hear. On his way here. All right, well, let's keep going, and we can fit him in when he gets here. Graham Welsh, Toronto Sport and Social Club. Thank you for your immense patience, Mr. Welsh.
First, I just want to say thank you very much to everyone on already been a very long day for you, and we just appreciate the time to get to speak. Today, I'd like to speak in regards to the Facilities Master's Plan and some of the concerns that I see in regards to what this plan lays out and what the plan details should be done for recreational facilities in the City of Toronto. Specifically, I'd like to speak to 3 main types of facilities. First, I'm going to talk about is softball diamonds. In this report, it speaks to the idea that there are many underutilized diamonds within the city that are going to be changed into different types of facilities, or that there are going to be softball diamonds that have been previously listed for adult use that are no longer listed as adult use and only for youth that are going to be moved back to adult use. And it's very confusing as to how this plan seems to put in place an idea that diamonds that are not large enough for adults to be able to play on are now going to be able to be used by adults again. As someone who is here representing adult leagues, it is concerning the number of diamonds year over year that we seem to lose access to, with no additional diamonds and no additional space being given back in these same areas where these people register and expect to play. In regards to curling arenas, the plan specifically states that there is no need for new curling arenas in this city, and that the private institutions and private clubs have enough capacity to be able to withhold and sustain what is currently taking place for people playing in the city. But over the past 2 years, we have seen clubs from private organizations closing, and there is no talk of anywhere where we are going to be able to get additional curling space for people to be able to play. As an example, from 2017, for our organization, when we had over 150 people participating in curling clubs, since that time, we have lost access for 4 of the leagues that we currently operate, and we are losing people who want to play. However, it's not that people don't want to play, it is that we do not have the space to allow them to play. And one thing that I hope that everyone here can remember is that being active and being social and having this avenue is very important for everybody in this city. Finally, the last piece that I would like to speak to is regards to turf fields and the lack of space that is available to use for turf fields operated both by the city through the whole year. There is currently only 1 field at Lamport Stadium that the city operates that has a bubble that goes up. But
when you have many other turf fields that are available across the city that could take those bubbles, that could allow for more people to stay active and be healthy. It is imperative that we find a way to be able to make sure that that is happening and that it is done in a timely, efficient manner. The private organizations that seem to control the majority of those turf bubbles in the city here make it nearly impossible for clubs like our own to be able to operate and to be able to allow for people to stay active. And I would love to make sure that we can still see the adults in this city getting the chance to play as they should be able to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Welsh. Are there questions of this deputant? Okay, well, thank you very much for that. So, is Mr. Code here yet? If not, you are, he's not, I don't think so. You're Ms. Sacchetti, am I pronouncing it correctly, Sacchetti?
Did you pronounce it right?
Thank you very much.
Bonnie
Welcome.
Sacchetti, Toronto Curling Association.
Thank you. Well, please go ahead, and you're most welcome here, and thank you for your patience.
Our president was unable to attend, although she might have at this time. She has submitted her message to City Council. I believe you all have it. I'm here to address curling. I would like to resurrect a report that was issued to City Council, a staff report, action required, dated October 30th, 2008. This report emphatically states that at that time period in 2008, 7 curling facilities had closed. That left 70 sheets in over a 25-year period that accommodated approximately 7,000 to 8,750 users, which would be assumed to represent the number of Toronto citizens who have lost the opportunity to curl on a regular basis. Within this report, she also reports on page 4 that they made reference to the Conference Board of Canada survey that suggested that 54,000 to 58,000 people in Toronto are curlers. Moving forward to today, that number is more in the range of 100,000. 0.67% of people in City of Toronto curl. The report states that the involvement of parks and forestry and recreation is in line with the 3 pillars of our common ground document: environmental stewardship, child and youth development, and lifelong active living. In the curling community, we refer to the longevity of curling as cradle to the grave. It starts at age 4, and it goes for as long as we can still stand. In fact, I personally curl on a weekly basis with 2 curlers over the age of 90 years old. Curling is the only sport that can make that claim. Finally, the recommendations are, in this 2008 report, the potential to provide additional curling opportunities at the 3 city-owned curling facilities, and to work with the Toronto Curling Association to support its efforts to sustain and expand curling activities in Toronto. That brings us to today and why we're here. No action came from this report. The city facilities continue to be oversubscribed, and not one new facility was created. This report is 7 pages long. The master plan that is before us today barely gives curling 2 paragraphs, and at the end, it recommends no facilities to be built. The Toronto Curling Association requests that this report be brought forward and updated and made part of the Parks, Forestry and Recreation Master Plan for 2019-2038, and that Parks and Recreation staff work with the West End Curling Group to urgently assess the location options under review and develop a plan to add curling facilities to the West End of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputy? I might just ask you one then, if I might, which is, you know, one of the great difficulties we face in writing up reports like this or considering them is that you can't be all things to all people. It's just a reality of government, and that's partly out of respect for your tax dollars, and it's out of respect for all the different competing priorities we have in this very broad area of recreation and parks. I was just going to ask you this question, which is if we were to today, because I have something ready here that could ask our staff, in fact, direct them to take a look at the whole curling business, which you alluded to in the context of how many curlers there are in Toronto and what facilities there are, because I'm well aware I went to the closing of one of the curling clubs last year, and it was a sad occasion for them. So I'm aware that I think there are 2 in Scarborough, for example, that have closed. But if we were to ask them to assess and come back to us, and I know it sounds like a long way away, but if they were to come back to us next year with an assessment of the sport and the capacity to deal with it, private and public, so that we at least have a handle on that, which we don't really have today. We just have what you said was a very small consideration of this. Would that be something that you feel would be helpful to at least putting this on the radar screen?
We would be grateful we would be available to help put that together.
That was my next question.
Yes, of course. And I think we have the expertise in our group to be of great assistance to be able to put that forward.
All right. So you can count on the fact that I'll move the motion. We'll see if it passes or not, and then it has to go to City Council, but we'll ask our staff to do that. And then we will be asking you for help, and that'll be encompassed in this motion as well. Okay?
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. I'm sorry. Did you have a question?
Oh. Yes. Question.
You have a question?
Yes.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I've never curled.
Oh, that's bad.
Well, exactly.
We would like to invite you to try.
Okay, great. I will take you up on that. I'm just wondering, given the demographic changes of the city, how are you reaching out to a broader audience in terms of trying to get them engaged in curling? Because it looks like an interestingly fun sport, right? And so I'm just wondering, what's the plan? And I wondered if, as part of this work that the mayor is asking to be done, if that will be incorporated into this process as well.
Okay, first of all, unfortunately, up to now, curling has been affiliated with tennis clubs or golf and country clubs. But if we can put forth the plan that we're hoping to put forth, it makes curling more affordable. And in more communities, curling facilities offer learn to curl programs every season, sometimes twice in one season. They offer them, sometimes free, to bring in as many new. The sport has to be renewed all the time because of the demographic, as you say.
Right.
So we're always looking to try to bring in the younger groups, which with the onset of the Olympics is not difficult. There's huge interest in curling. It's become more physical. It's not just fun, it's also very physical sport. You should come out and try it. You'll regret it the next day.
Well, maybe not, but I'd love to, and I'll take you up on that, actually. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to have that question answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of this deputant? Well, thank you very much, and we'll deal with that motion a bit later on.
Thank you.
Derek Moran.
So it's a 3-minute day. So in this report, it says in Appendix A, community recreation centers, how they benefit our community. CRCs, short for community recreation centers, are often co-located with other services such as library branches, children's services, etc., offering convenient one-stop shopping service models. Now, I don't know if you heard, but I'm sure Councillor Crawford and the city manager remember what I had to say about the debacle at the Northern District Library, known as the ramp, where they spent money on upgrading the ramp. By upgrading the ramp, they broke the ramp. They had to spend more money to fix the ramp and the youth hub underneath it because they didn't do the ramp properly. Water damage leaked into the youth hub. They have to fix the roof and all that. So of interest, In the latest Toronto Public Library agenda, it mentions $990,000. That's almost $1 million, Mayor Tory, along with another 12.63. So that's $13.62 million earmarked in the future for the Northern District Library. If there was one library that needed to be put at the top of the list for co-locating it with a community center, now mind you, 2 blocks down the street from the Northern District Library is literally the North Toronto Community Center. That's where that library needs to be put. I don't know how much it costs to build a new library from scratch, but $13.62 million is a big chunk of change, and I think would pretty go far in doing the job. So I'm not exactly best friends with the branch head at Northern District Library, Mayor Tory, but we had a conversation recently, and he was rather candid with me when he admitted to me that noise is a real issue there. He said he gets a lot of complaints regarding noise, and he also said that really the only complaints he gets there are about noise. And he also pointed out to me 2 things when I mentioned the Barbara Frum Library, which is a 2-story library. The Northern District Library is the only district library that is not a 2-story library. It's all on 1 floor. And he pointed out to me also the Northern District is the only district library that has a learning center that is not enclosed, like glass walls around it. It's got a door that keeps all the noise inside. Like, there's no point in going to that library when they're holding a class out in the open, which is disturbing everyone else trying to enjoy the library, because they're breaking their own rules, the noise rules. So my whole thing is, don't spend any more good money after bad. Oh, please don't. Just start over again. Your own recommendation, new library, co-locating it with the North Toronto Community Center.
Thank you very much, Derek. Appreciate that.
Are you going to ask Councillor Ainsley if he has a question for me?
I was just about to ask if there were any questions. I'm sure he may want to think about some, but it doesn't look like he's leaping out of his chair to ask. He's still
pondering. Want to stall?
Considering the matter, and perhaps next time he'll have some. Are there any other questions of the deputy? Thanks very much.
3 times, Councillor Ainsley.
Can I just ask if Eric Code has come here since? Okay, Mr. Code, you're up. Thank you for your patience today.
I just got here straight from work. Oh, do I turn this on?
Yes.
Okay. This is good now?
I think we're all right there.
All right. It's red now.
It's good. Yeah, you're on.
Okay. My name's Eric Code. I'm the founder and chair of the Toronto Dog Park community. I don't have an actual speech prepared because I didn't think I would be able to make it due to a last-minute meeting at work, which I apologize for. But what I will do is read the statement that our group submitted. It was written with our steering committee, shared with our 1,700 members, and represents the opinions of our group. I will start by saying that this statement is a little bit out of my comfort zone in that it's very direct. Please appreciate that we have been having very diplomatic discussions for quite some time, and now's the time to be clear. So I'll read this. The Toronto Dog Park community was founded to help make dog parks and our city better. We worked hard to establish a constructive relationship with Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, hoping to inspire them to create a citywide strategy or master plan for off-leash areas that reflected international best practices. The experience has been surprisingly difficult and disappointing. Over the past 3 years, we have met with Parks, Forestry, and Recreation, City Planning, Waterfront Toronto, the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, city consultants, multiple councillors. While everyone recognized the limitations of Toronto's off-leash policies, no one has taken ownership or action, so today I must be clear. The Facilities Master Plan Implementation Strategy and 2010 People, Dogs, and Parks Policy are insufficient to the point of negligence when compared to the strategies and master plans for off-leash areas developed by municipalities such as Vancouver. If this is left unchanged, significant ongoing problems will continue affecting all residents in Toronto, including school children and people without dogs. We urge the Executive Committee and Toronto City Council to direct Parks, Forestry and Recreation to conduct a formal international review of municipal off-leash policies, practices, and plans, report back, and initiate the creation of a new separate master plan or strategy for off-leash areas that is on par with international best practices. Since the facilities master plan is a living document and Toronto's residents deserve an off-leash strategy that reflects best practices, we feel that this request is reasonable. If the facilities master plan implementation strategy is left unchanged, the following problems will continue to occur. Toronto will continue to not plan off-leash areas as a matter of policy. Entire wards will continue to remain without off-leash areas. People will continue resorting to schoolyards for off-leash activity. Design decisions will continue to be based on theoretical risk, not evidence. The criteria for off-leash areas will remain vague and subject to interpretation. Toronto will remain the only municipality that intentionally builds dog parks without trees. Parks, Forestry and Recreation will continue to resist proven materials such as wood chips, synthetic turf for dogs. Parks, Forestry and Recreation will continue to resist accessible design solutions, and dogs and people will continue to be injured and ignored. And this is something that has gone on for years.
All right, I'll have to ask
I know I have
you
3
to wrap
minutes.
up there because we're past the 3 minutes.
Okay, so,
There may be a question for you.
I'm sorry?
We're past the 3 minutes now.
Right.
And so there may be a question for you, but I'll have to ask you to, if you want to say one more sentence to conclude.
Well, I will just say what I've included are links to off-leash strategies and plans from a search that we've done. Page counts, you can see the discrepancy between their plans and ours. Media articles, links to a survey that's quite enlightening, and information about us. So that's all.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Code. There's a question from the Deputy Mayor.
Sure. What happens, do you believe dogs in the city are properly exercised?
Do I believe dogs are properly exercised?
Yeah. Because that's the purpose of dog parks, right?
Are you?
Oh, no, actually, that's 2 purposes.
Okay, well, no, here's the thing. I can't say whether dogs are properly exercised. It is the responsibility of the owner to exercise the dog, and that does not necessarily require an off-leash area. The point I'd like to make very clear is that this whole thing, this whole movement that we're doing to ask for off-leash areas is about the necessity of them for people who own dogs as a form of legitimate recreation. So I prefer not to look at off-leash areas as places for dogs to run and play. That's not what it's about. Over 93% of you people who responded to our survey, which had over 1,000 responses, said that dog parks were important to their quality of life. So
Whose quality of life?
the owner, the person.
What about the dog?
It's not about the dog. You would be amazed how easy to please dogs are, you know? Dog owners are park users in the exact same way that people who like golf need golf courses, people who like tennis need tennis courts, people who like dogs need areas to be off with their dog. It's a park experience. And that's something that we would see if we looked at the off-leash master plans of other municipalities, which make that very clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Other questions of the Deputy? Okay, well, thank you very much, sir, and thank you for coming back from your work to give this deputation.
Thanks.
Gregory Diditz. Is it Diditz or Didiots?
Diditch.
Diditch, I'm sorry, okay.
That's all right.
Okay. Mr. Diditch, you have 3 minutes, and thank you for your patience as well.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, today. Give me a moment here. I'm not as young as I used to be. All right. I'm Gregory Diditch, founder of the Murray Curtis Dog Park Association and sitting member of the steering committee for the Toronto Dog Park Community. Our dog park strategy in Toronto, this beautiful city that is a jewel of Canada, is lagging behind other municipalities worldwide. We have a 6-page policy which does not address the growing needs and concerns of the dog park community. It also does not address accessibility as described in the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. Our standards are not evidence-based and are not in line with international best practices. There is no strategy or funding for the creation and management of the dog parks in our neighborhoods. This has led to large areas of the city having no dog parks at all. Dog parks which are rectangles of dirt and mud and feel more like pens in a shelter than parks in a beautiful city like Toronto, with no trees or shade, play structures, or lights and running water. No accessibility for the disabled. Dog parks are woefully undersized for areas' dog populations, which causes dangerous congestion issues in the off-leash areas. This can become a public safety issue and has a ripple effect in the community. Responsible dog owners do not have proper amenities to exercise and play with their animals off-leash. Smaller municipalities with much fewer resources have developed superior off-leash strategies. A city of our size and prestige must have a coherent strategic master plan to help manage the increase in dog ownership the city has and what we will see in the coming years moving towards 2038. We do not have enough off-leash areas infrastructure as it stands now, and current off-leash area guidelines are totally inadequate. If we do not do something now as we move towards 2038, things will only get worse. Remember, dog parks are really for people. It's not just about the dogs. Dog owners are one of the highest users of the park. Therefore, we are urging the Executive Committee and City Council to direct Parks, Forestry and Recreation to conduct a formal international review of municipal off-leash area policies, practices, plans, and strategies. Report back and initiate the creation of a new, separate master plan or strategy for off-leash areas that is on par with international best practices. Since the facilities master plan is a living document and Toronto's residents deserve an off-leash strategy that reflects best practices as we move towards the future, towards 2038, we feel this request is entirely fair.
Thank you. Are you finished there, sir? Thank you. Finished.
I am, thank you.
Under time. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there questions of the deputy? Thank you very much. I appreciate your submissions today. Mark Inglis. Thanks for being here, Mr. Inglis. You have 3 minutes, and there may be some questions.
My name is Greg King. Mark unfortunately had to leave. He was here from 9 until 3, so I'm standing in for Mark. I'll be fairly direct. There was, I'll take you back 10 years. There was a report written 10 years ago, 2008, that showed the need for curling facilities was recognized over 10 years ago. And that report, let me just share with you, states, it's a city report, ensure that facilities are responsive to change. Unfortunately, that wasn't brought forward into this report. And in that intervening period, we've just seen a bigger gap in supply of curling. It's not a demand problem, it's a supply problem. The supply of facilities has changed, particularly in the last 2 years. We've seen 2 golf clubs, Scarborough and Weston, close their curling. St. George's is closing it this year. So we've seen 18 sheets of curling with 1,800 curlers now disenfranchised. And it's not because there's not a financial payback for curling. The demand is there, it pays for itself, but golf courses have their own challenges, and the golf community no longer sees benefit of associating with curling, preferring to use their space for other golf-centric uses. So we're out on the street, curlers are having to give up the game. As I said, it's not because of lack of demand, it's because of lack of supply. There are 3 city-owned facilities in Toronto. They're all in the East End. There are none in the West End, so this is a particular crisis in the West End. I have a chart here. I don't know if, I guess we're not showing it, but it shows that the number of club distribution in Toronto now, there are only 2 right now in the West End, High Park and St. George's. St. George's is closing, so it'll be 1. So we need a city club in the West End. We've got a group that's willing to work with the city. They've met with the city, and they're certainly very well qualified. We've heard from Toronto Sports and Social Club about their demand and their lack of supply, and that they don't have people who can play, and that's just going to be exacerbated next year when St. George's closes. So lastly, what is my ask? I'm requesting that the implementation of the master plan be urgently directed towards the reuse of citywide arenas, which it says to accommodate new space for the sport of curling, and that there be an addendum that you include a directive that strategies for accommodating additional curling facilities, particularly in Etobicoke, York, are undertaken. That's not in the recommendations. In the body of the report, the current report, it does talk about finding strategies to accommodate curling, but unfortunately that didn't find its way into the recommendations, which I think is a flaw in the current report. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. There are questions of the deputant? Can I just ask, were you in the room when I had the discussion with one of your predecessors just about a motion we might move to get some of the facts and figures, including from you, about these different things, including broken down by geography and so on, so we sort of know what we're dealing with here? Did you hear that discussion?
I did hear that. We have met with city staff over the past year. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be reflected in the report, and the recommendations in particular are lacking. So that's why I think the report itself needs to be amended to reflect that, and that will have a lot of weight and emphasis on city staff in moving forward with
Well, what will happen if this motion I'll put forward passes is it won't amend this report, because this report is coming forward now because it's required to come forward now, but it will ask for a report to be written specifically on curling, which I assume you would think is a good thing, and it'll have all the facts and figures in it, including all the things you've talked about, geography, level of demand and supply, and so forth and so on. And so I just wanted to make sure you knew that that's what my intention would be, to make sure we get that, so we can make a decision or work with our staff on facts as opposed to, anything else.
That's great. I really appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask you what the timeline would be on that?
It takes a while to write up such reports. We're not trying to drag our feet, but I would think it's going to be, well into next year before we would have it. But the bottom line is we're going to collect the information. We're going to sit with you. We're going to look at our own facilities in that context, right, so that we give a better examination. And Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor Thompson, made reference to something that I've incorporated into my motion, which is to sort of see if we can find ways to make the sport more broad-based and inclusive, just because I think that's in the long-term interest of everything that we've talked about here today.
I appreciate that, and certainly I want to make the
10-year
point.
plan. So if the 10-year plan needs alteration because we just have a revelation as a result of this work on curling, well then plans can be amended. But this is a 10-year plan, so that's why we have to proceed to approve it now and get on with a lot of the work that's going to be done in the immediate future, like next year.
And just to respond, Mr. Councillor Thompson, when you look at worldwide, certainly when you look at curling demographics at the international level, Japan, China, and Korea have all won medals. China was a world champion, so certainly it does have broad appeal. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that, Mr. King. Bruce Barber. Good
Does
afternoon,
this overhead screen work?
Yeah, it should. If you just put that down there, I think it's, is it been turned? There we are. Go ahead there, sir.
It's not coming up, but I'll proceed. Okay, there we go. Dear Mayor Tory and City of Toronto Executive Council members, my name is Bruce Barber. I'm speaking on behalf of the West End Curling Committee, a group of disenfranchised curlers that have been working with Parks and Rec and City Councillors to address this facility crisis in the West End of Toronto. Personally, I'm a curler at St. George's, which after 60-plus years of supporting curling, including the 1998 World Championship rink of Wayne Middaugh, will be closing its doors as of April next year. We have members in our group that formerly curled at Weston, which closed last year, Scarborough, which also closed last year, and Lambton and other clubs who have found themselves without a place to play. And overall, we'd like to convey three messages. The curling facility shortage in Toronto's West End has reached crisis proportion. There will be one facility to service the entire West End of Toronto. There are 1,055 curling facilities in Canada, and we have one in the West End of Toronto. The report does not accurately reflect this crisis. And we are the West End Curling Committee. We're ready and able to partner with the city to develop solutions. We need your support to make it happen. Mayor Tory, I'm really pleased with your suggestion of doing a report to look, but you can see if this ever gets up on the screen, geographically, the crisis we have, where we have 8 facilities in the West End that are jam-packed, and with St. George's closing, we have one facility in the entire West End that clearly does not satisfy the demand for curling. We have letters of support from the Toronto Curling Association, Curl Ontario, Blind Curling Association, Wheelchair Curling Association, and Humber Seniors, and you've heard from Toronto Sports here as well today. We have a petition with over 800 signatures on it, and the statistics will show there's over 6,000 people in the West End of Toronto that would be candidates to participate in curling if only a facility were available. As I mentioned, we've met with staff, we've met with councillors. Through these discussions, we've identified 3 potential sites, Centennial Park, Pine Point Arena, and Long Branch Arena. And each one has its pluses and minuses, but from our point of view, all are entirely suitable for curling and would be great locations for the people in the West End. We've also met with RBC and secured an agreement to provide our group with a not-for-profit loan that could offset a significant portion of the building costs of the facilities. And we have relationships with the rental leagues. We would ensure that the new facility would not only be used for regular league play, but be widely available in the community for rental use of high schools, Humber Seniors, corporate rentals, and the Toronto Sports and Social Club. I'll just finish here quickly and indicate that I totally support the suggestion to do the thorough analysis of it. I wanted to ask that the report be amended, but I understand that that can't. But I do think it's appropriate to point out the report has not accurately reflected the fact that there is a facility crisis in terms of curling in the West End of Toronto. On behalf of the West End Curling Club, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your comments, Mr. Barber. Are there any questions of the Deputy Councillor Bailão? Deputy Mayor?
Just a quick question on the 6,000 numbers. Where can we get access to those numbers? How can we make sure that our reports and our staff are well aware of the potential?
Yeah, it comes from a consultant in the curling industry who handles statistics nationally, and in urban centers, there's about a 0.67 incident rate of curling. So you take that across the million population of the West End of Toronto. That's about
Has your group
6,000.
shared those studies that you have with our staff?
We have.
They have that. Okay, great.
I think one of the bits of good news is we've had some of the leading lights here with us today, and we can, what's the word I'm looking for, recruit you to help us get all this information.
We would love to be involved. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bailão. Any other questions of the Deputy? Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your time, Mr. Barber. Mr. John Rudd.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Executive Committee, I'm happy to be here. It's been a long day. I'll be brief. My colleagues have covered off a lot of what I was going to say. I am a member of the West End Curling Committee as well, and we've been working very busily over the last year, meeting with councillors and Parks and Rec staff to raise the alarm, basically, on the situation of curling as it stands right now in the West End. As you've seen, the East End is nicely covered, but through changes in the golf world, basically, curling now is at risk. I'd like to draw your attention to a package of material which I think would have been distributed to you. I won't go through all of that, but there's one thing in there that might be of note. When we look at curling, we look often at the grassroots and getting down to who are the curlers and why do they do this thing and why do they love it so much. And in the material that has been given to you, there is a bundle of stories, basically, that were put together by a number of curlers in one of our fundraising efforts. As Bruce just mentioned, we are looking at fundraising to try and get more that we can put towards this project. And these were submissions by curlers to a contest, basically, with Kraft Heinz. We didn't win that contest, but the stories that came forward were very good in terms of describing what it means to be a curler and what it means to curlers. I'll give you a couple of examples, if I might. One person says, last season, my granddaughter started Little Rocks, which teaches the game using smaller stones. She loved it so much that she wants to continue. Sadly, after this season, Etobicoke will have no longer a curling rink. Another comment was, I've been curling for nearly 30 years. It is my life in winter. Not only is it exercise for the body, but it stimulates the brain. At 90 plus, it involves me in the community, keeps me in touch with younger people, and that's very important as one ages. And it goes on and on. Curling is for everyone, and it's for life. Curling is inclusive and diverse, and these are principles that we would carry forward in any new facility that we were to take on. We know that curling includes all ages, all genders, all cultural and socioeconomic groups, and all levels of ability. In closing, yes, curling is far too important to our West Toronto community to let it wither and die. The city can be a powerful and important partner, and as we've already mentioned, we would love to partner with the city in keeping curling alive in West Toronto. And on a final note, I would extend an invitation to any of the members on the executive committee that if you would like to have a personally guided tour of one of our public curling facilities to see just what a bustling, diverse, and inclusive curling facility looks like, any one of us would be happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. We may take you up on that, but thank you very much for that. Are there any questions of this deputy?
Yeah, I just have one. My guess, so I was around for the Avonlea Curling Club.
Yes.
So my recollection of that is they closed because the building got too old and they had to do a big renovation, and all the infrastructure behind that was very expensive, and I don't think that they couldn't make a go of it because the numbers, they're a business and it just didn't work for them. Is that the arrangement with all the other curling clubs, that they're just, the infrastructure is getting too old and it's becoming very expensive to maintain and they can't run it anymore and the businesses just walk away from it?
Yes, I've been around curling for a few decades, and I remember Avonlea. I would say that curling clubs who are moving out of the curling business do so for different kinds of reasons. So, for example, my home curling club right now is St. George's, and it's moving out of curling, not because of the state of repair of the building, but just because of a cultural sort of business shift within the club itself.
Oh, okay.
Avonlea, I recall that they had an interest in changing that facility to indoor soccer at one point.
There's more money in it.
Yes, that's what they thought. So I think you'd look at it as a case by case.
Okay.
Other questions of this deputy? All right, well, on that note, sir, we'll thank you very much and look forward to working with you and your colleagues as well if we
Great, thank you.
work with this. So that would bring us to questions of staff. I just have one then. There was somebody, oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
When was the last time we did it? So some of the folks wanted to do a look at the off-leash dog policy applying international best practices. Have we ever done that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there is the off-leash policy that was referenced, which was the last time we actually did an official policy. But I should note that we are doing a lot of dogs off-leash area consultation right now, and we are consulting with the existing DOLAs on the conditions and the types of materials and those types of items. This plan doesn't specifically recommend more DOLAs in specific locations, but it does recommend that we continue to work with the local community when new parks are developed around the appropriate locations for.
Not spent a lot of time on this, so you're doing some consultations. One would suspect that there's a reason for that it's going to end someplace, like a report that's going to come back.
Through the chair, we're doing the consultation because of the comments that we've heard from many of the off-leash area owners around the types of surfaces that are in them, various other sort of, design considerations. So we want to make sure that we're getting the design right, and over time we may need to make some changes to the existing designs and to future dogs off leash areas.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through the general manager, thank you for a very comprehensive report. One of the things, there's no mention of rugby. And often I get people in my end of the city ask about rugby.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think rugby is one of the sports that we would include in the multi-sport field strategy. It's certainly not excluded from the development of new fields that could be used for all kinds of sports. And the report is very clear on the deficiency of multi-sport fields, and rugby would be included in that. Okay. And then the sports bubble strategy, I wanted to ask that. It says that you're looking at a number of different locations around the city. I have a neighborhood improvement area in my ward, Kingston Road, Galloway, Orton Park, and we just took ownership of a former high school that has a large football field on the back. We've already had companies coming to us and saying they're interested in putting a sports bubble on it. But is that something in a priority neighborhood that the city would consider looking at? So through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly it is. And as the report indicates, one of the follow-ups and one of the immediate follow-ups and urgent follow-ups from this report will be looking at a sport bubble strategy. For the same reasons, we have a lot of requests that come into us around bubbling various fields and facilities. So we are going to take a full look across the city at the appropriate opportunities. There's been a number of suggestions, and we'll take all that into consideration, and also around the appropriate process of moving forward with some of those opportunities. Okay. And then around curling, so in my ward in the southeast corner of Scarborough, I used to have 2 curling facilities. The Scarborough Golf and Country Club closed their curling down, and now there's just the Tam Heather Curling and Tennis Club, which was on the overhead, which it's a city-owned building and a below market rent agreement. But in your opinion, is the curling sector, is that something that's consolidating due to like demographics or? Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, the comments from the deputants on curling are, you know, what's happening in the curling sort of industry right now, or in the sport, is there's a lot of evolution in who's providing curling facilities. I think, you know, through Mayor Tory and others, there is a motion coming forward about doing a deeper dive on curling, and we're happy to follow up and do that work. I think it needs to be quite a detailed sort of look at the trends and the utilization both of city facilities and of other facilities that exist in the city to determine what those utilization rates are and where there are opportunities to, you know, either increase the utilization or spread the utilization more adequately across the city. But we're happy to do that follow-up work and report back on it. Okay. And currently, how many city curling facilities do we have other than, so there's Tam Heather in my ward? So through you, Mr. Mayor, that we have 3 locations and 22 sheets.
Sorry, how many?
3 locations.
3 locations.
And 22 curling sheets at those locations.
Do you have any idea, like 10 years ago, how many we had, or 15 years ago? Is that something that we're reducing, or?
My understanding is it's remained quite consistent. A lot of these facilities are legacy facilities brought in from the former municipalities. I can't say that we haven't built any new curling facilities, you know, in many, many years in the city.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to ask you about the bubbles because I think Councillor Ainsley has done that, and we've had some folks come forward, and we've directed them to yourself and the partnership office, and you say you have a strategy coming forward. But I wanted to ask you in terms of cricket specifically. There's a tremendous amount of real estate that's required for that sport specifically. I'm wondering, have you looked at a venue or an area like the zoo, for example, in terms of how we could potentially collaborate with them to maybe look at adding a pitch out in that area? Because they've got acres and acres of land there, and I wondered if you've considered that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have, so with some of the land that is with the zoo is actually being currently moved to the Rouge National Park. So that is part of the stuff that's in the around that. But we can look, and we are going to be looking at assets either through the agencies or school boards and our own assets to see where we can fit cricket, because it is a very large field requirement. So we will have to look at partnerships around that. We'd be happy to explore that.
And just to follow up on that, so there is a large field requirement for the sort of traditional cricket, but there's also the non-traditional one, the more softball cricket, which doesn't require as much space. I'm just wondering if you're looking at that as well.
Yes, we're also looking, yes, we are. We're also looking at practice pitches, which I think, when we were speaking with some of the counselors on this briefing, people are quite interested in. So we would be looking at the formal cricket pitches, as well as looking at where there's opportunity for practice pitches.
And just to add, we're also actually looking at the first indoor practice pitch for cricket at the new community center that we're building in northeast Scarborough.
Right. Traditionally, when we have these types of reports come forward, we have councillors sort of wanting to jump the queue and wanting to actually add their piece in what they want and so on. I'm just wondering, would you advise, what would your advice be? Would we stay the course as what's being proposed, or would we want to be looking at entertaining this sort of jumping the queue process?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, there's been a lot of work and a lot of research done into the prioritization and the schedule of facilities in this report. Very specifically, we've worked very closely with planning on the growth pipeline so that the new facilities and the revitalized facilities are sort of implemented at the right time. We've also worked with our projected capital budget over the next 10 years. So, I mean, we feel like the phasing and the prioritization is the correct phasing right now. Certainly, you know, having said that, if things change, if the growth pipeline changes, you know, as things change, we will need to be nimble to those changes in the prioritization that are.
And how are you dealing with outdoor skating facilities, outdoor combination of skating and hockey facilities? I know Scarborough's been lacking in that area.
Right.
What has been the focus?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the report specifically does speak to the need for some additional outdoor skating rinks in Scarborough because the ratio of those rinks in Scarborough is much less than in other parts of the city. So it does recommend a number of those over time. And as indicated in the report, it does not recommend a huge expansion in our existing indoor ice rink, but it certainly does make some recommendations around, you know, how to improve the conditions and the facilities that we currently have in the future.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Are there any other questions? Deputy Mayor Barlow?
Very quick ones, Mayor. Still on the curling issue.
Oh, you know what, I forgot to, I apologize. I'm just going to get a motion to extend beyond 6 o'clock because there's a break provided for to complete the agenda. Pardon me? Yeah, hey, that's the plan. Yeah, so. Well, motion to extend to 6:30, then that's fine. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Thank you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
So we have 3 curling facilities. So what's the usage at those facilities?
Of our existing facilities?
Yep.
You know, they're used well. You know, there probably is some capacity at our existing facilities. I think in the work that we did, we did find that, you know, the current provision level in the city of Toronto of curling facilities is 1 to 134,000, whereas it's closer to, you know, 1 to 400,000 residents in other GTA cities. So, you know, the actual number of curling rinks that we have that are city-run and owned and operated is a little bit more substantial. Having said that, the comments of the deputants around what's happening in the private curling industry are, you know, are valid comments that I think we need to explore when we look at this utilization.
Okay. I noticed, I mean, the numbers for soccer fields that we need, cricket fields that we need, they're substantial. And, you know, I just start thinking about all the parkland, all these facilities that we need. It's like, where are we going to get all this space? So have you had conversations with the school boards on how we can partner to better use their facilities, their fields, so that we can actually maybe they can use it during the day and we can use it for all kinds of groups out there that need to rent it and
So through the mayor, those are the exact types of conversations we have been having and that we will need to pursue to accomplish some of the recommendations in this plan. And there actually is a recommendation in the report specific to working with all of the school boards around pursuing those opportunities. So, yeah, we completely agree that those are the partnership opportunities that we need to pursue.
Have we been successful in your opinion? Do we?
Through the mayor, we, in some cases, yes. I think there is an ongoing, discussion that's happening. In some cases, the school boards themselves have actually been able to do some of their own arrangements around, bubbles and other things that have actually made their fields more accessible to the community. So it may not be in partnership with us, but the end result is that there are more indoor fields that are accessible to the community with the same benefit as if.
And those conversations, is it to delineate a strategy? Because I feel like we need a strategy between the city and the school boards, because we've been trying on some one-offs, and I know that I've been doing, and it's very, very hard to do the one-offs when there's not a base policy between the organizations.
Between the school boards and the city.
And the cities.
Yeah, that's a fair comment, and I think we will, there are two follow-ups from this report. The first is a larger field strategy and a bubble strategy, as I was explaining to Councillor Thompson. And the other is, a formal partnership with the school boards, where we identify the areas that we would like to partner on and some of the sort of, ideas around how we would partner together on those things. So we're fully on board with those. We've involved all of the school boards as stakeholders in the discussions around this report, and we'll be meeting with them following up the approval of the report by council.
Thank you.
And further complicating that, because I've been in some meetings with them trying to move in this direction, is they've lost some of the funding that allowed them before to keep some of the schools open for things in the community. And so it's just provincially, it didn't have nothing to do with us. Anyway. Okay, are there any other questions of staff? Okay. Then on speakers, if I can be permitted to speak first, I have a couple of motions that I'm moving on behalf of other people, one on curling, because I have to go to speak at something just up the street. I was going to come back if we were still going, but according to the deadline put on by the person who will sit in the chair of 6:30, it'll be done. So I'll just put these two motions up if I can, Madam Clerk. One is the curling motion that just asks our staff to monitor and assess trends in participation in curling, and talks about inclusivity and whatnot, and report back next year. And the other one is on behalf of Councillor Bradford, and it concerns a space that I'm quite familiar with. There's a lease there, and there are some complications about extending it, but the need is very much there. And then it just asks as well that Council request the General Manager to develop a facility to ensure the consenter's continuation, whether it's in that exact place or somehow. So those are the two, but I'm moving this enthusiastically on behalf of Councillor Bradford. And I just want to say that, sorry, I forgot to stop the clock, but I won't be long enough to be 3 minutes. I want to say thank you to the staff. This is a huge piece of work. And as the General Manager said, it is a huge piece of work that's involved a lot of stakeholder consultation, but I know a lot of council consultation as well, because it doesn't work well if you bring it forward and you haven't talked to the people who are responsible for individual areas across the city. I think some of what's come up today is areas that are a little bit, I'm trying to think of the right word for this, they're very discrete, unique areas. The dog area is quite different than sort of the rest of these kinds of facilities. Curling is a sort of a unique sport in transition, and I think those things are worthy of being followed up upon. And I want to assure the members of the public that came today, this is a plan, and it's meant to be carried out. It's meant to be carried out in the kind of priority order that the General Manager made reference to, but that doesn't stop us from either amending and enhancing the plan or from doing individual initiatives that speak to whatever we discover from some of the work we might do on dog parks or on curling, for example. So I would commend these two motions to you, and I support this report going forward, and I think they've done as good a job as any human beings could ever do at balancing off the needs that are out there, which are far in excess of what we can, respond to easily, but I think does a good job of doing quite a bit of that, and also what I'll call the small p, no, I won't refer to it in political terms, I'll refer to it in the geographical challenges of satisfying all the different areas of the city. Let's put it that way so it doesn't individualize it. So. You can
further speakers? Do you have any further I'll take speakers. Councillor Ainsley, and then Councillor Pasternak. Can you start the clock, Mr. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I do have a motion that I would like to move that I've moved in consultation with staff, and it has to do with the Sir Robert L. Borden, which is a site that we just took over from the Public School Board. It's in the middle of a neighborhood improvement area, Kings Road and Galloway Orton Park. It has a large field on the back of it. I've had private companies come forward and express an interest about putting a sports bubble on it. It's an area that's, I always get a lot of requests about recreation programming space, so I'm asking for staff to consider it as part of the sports bubble strategy.
Okay. Councillor Pasternak. Can I see?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Moving a motion on behalf of Councillor Fillion. I just wanted to say thanks to the parks staff, recreation staff, for the facilities master plan. There's no doubt that cities are often defined by the investments they make in their parks and recreation assets. And clearly, our city is a leader in many ways. Sure, there's deficiencies in some corners of the city. That is true. But at the same time, when you look at many of the marvelous facilities that we have, and of course our park network, which stretches 1,500 parks, it is quite remarkable. I had the chance when I arrived at City Hall to sit on the Parks Committee for 4 years. And certainly this term, the Infrastructure and Environment Committee is also responsible for parks. Recreational assets go to Councillor Thompson's committee. So there's much work to be done, despite all our successes. Regarding off-leash areas, there's 2 in Ward 6, York Centre, and a 3rd one is being built on the Downsview lands. There always seems to be a disconnect between the users of those off-leash areas and the expectations of what can be prepared or provided by the city. There's disputes over the size of the park, the surfacing, the rules and regulations, as well as access to water. There's also rules and enforcement or lack of enforcement, and I don't see any way about owners of dogs that are not appropriately behaved inside of our dog parks, and people are calling our office to sort that out. But that is a work in progress. Our dog parks are very successful and extremely popular. Regarding curling, there's no doubt that with a deficiency in a sport that's quite popular, that's something we have to look at very closely and see whether we can augment what we have in areas where there might be deficiencies. So with that, I would just leave my comments. I'm going to, for now, I'll probably expand on them at council. And once again, thank staff for the work in this area. And once again, I'm moving a motion on behalf of Councillor Fillion.
Right, this motion is on behalf of the North York, this is the Drury and Yonge Street integration, that motion? Yes, so I just had if you would, I have a question of you, if not, I'm going to ask staff. So
well,
it's a fairly interesting motion, and I'm not really sure of what the implications are. So if you don't mind, I need clarifications from staff. Does this result in adding something to the facilities master plan?
Mr. Chair, we actually worked with Councillor Fillion on this motion. It requests us to do some additional assessment in a very particular part of the city, mostly because the growth projections have actually exceeded what the pipeline has suggested. So it commits us to doing some additional assessment and looking at that as we move forward. It doesn't commit us to anything specific.
Thank you. Thanks for indulging me. I couldn't ask you, I couldn't ask the movers, so I went to staff.
It's fine.
Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I want to congratulate staff on, I think, a huge amount of work that was done. And so I think it is important in a city that is growing as fast as we are to plan for what needs to be built new. You know, we spend a lot of time talking about our developments and talking about our housing, but we all know that when we go to our communities, people want to see the infrastructure, and this is a big part of it. How are we going to do our parks? How are our recreational centers going to respond? Where are we going to have our children, our seniors being entertained? And I think that's what is in front of us today. It's a plan to make sure that we maintain what we have, that we make good investment, that we are good property owners, and that we are good city builders, that we are building a city that is going to respond to the growth that we're facing over the next few years. There's been some recommendations. I think that we heard from, you know, dog users and people that are very knowledgeable about doulas. I think we've been hearing that for a while. I know that there's been a survey out to look into this. The curling, I might be a little bit biased. I don't know if I should call myself a curler if I curl, but I've attempted to, and so I do believe it is a really interesting sport. It is growing. I think there's been some awareness created since the sport has been in the Olympics, and there's definitely a need, and definitely in the West End. What we heard here from the groups, the lack of facilities that now has happened is a real threat to the growth of the sport in here. And we have a lot of months that are in the winter, so I think that it is important to look for all kinds of sports that we can have people doing of all kinds of ages, and that's what you see in curl. You do really see people from the 18 or 9 to the 90s doing the sport. So again, just a thank you to staff, and let's hope that, yes, we don't start picking certain projects, because I know that you have come around, you've worked hard to make sure that we have a plan that can be supported as a whole by council. So kudos to you, and looking forward to supporting the mayor's motions and seeing this moving forward.
Okay, no one else? Okay, I'll just briefly speak. I'll also say that it's a great report, hard report to write. Every 5 years, is it? You do one of these? 20 years, yes. You hope. I have a motion that City Council requests the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation to review the dog off-leash policy applying international best practices and report back in 2020. This is basically sort of responding to some of the deputies. I don't want to spend, I think it was a great report. We talked mostly about curling and dogs, but there's way more than that. I think the reflection of this, the success and the reflection of this report is you didn't have a whole lot of councillors coming here trying to bolt on, their own thing. It's an important document for the city. It's also a political document that has to respond both to the needs of the community, but also the regional needs and the ward needs of all of us in the chamber. And hopefully this won't put a jinx on the city council meeting, and we won't have that happening. So it's a good report. I'm quite pleased with it. I mean, there are good parts and bad parts for me. I get the Don Mills Community Center, but I don't get the Flemington Park, the Dennis Timbrell redo as quickly as I would like. Just briefly on the dog thing, I think staff are already doing work. I think they should look at international best practices, because if we don't look at what other cities are doing, we'll be caught in our own sort of paradigms of how we usually do things, and you're already doing that work. I would say that as a dog owner and who spent some time looking at this, I'd like to know how many, how many people get bitten by dogs. Like, how's that trending? Because we have dog parks for a whole lot of reasons, for exercise, but also a good dog's a tired dog. And I think we need to look at that arrangement to see if we're not giving dogs places to exercise, then that will be reflected in the number of people that are bitten by dogs. So I think that's an interesting thing that I'd like to look at. And I disagree with some of the deputies who say the number one reason is for the people. The number one reason why you walk a dog is for the dog. And I mean, if it were me, I was actually telling staff, and I'm not afraid to say this, if it were me, it wouldn't be the dogs that would be licensed, it would the owners that have to be licensed. Because to have a dog's a huge responsibility, and there are a lot of people that get dogs that shouldn't have them and have them in spaces and leave them in their condos for way too long, and then you have a dog that goes crazy, and that dog's, because it hasn't been exercised, and it's more likely to get into trouble. So, and I think with all the smaller homes that are being built, it's going to become a bigger problem, so I think it's something that we should deal with. Anyway, I will stop there, and we have some motions. Oh, because we only have 10 minutes, tick-tock.
Your 4 motions.
So we'll take the mayor's motion first, because he's the mayor. Sorry, which? No. And because he moved it first. And because it's motion 1A. All those in favor of the mayor's motion? Okay, that carries. Motion 1B by the mayor. All those in favor of that motion? Opposed? That's carried. Motion 2 by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor of that motion? Opposed? That's carried. Oh. Councillor Pasternak's motion on behalf of Councillor Fillion, I think. All those in favor of that motion? Opposed? That's carried. And my motion. All those in favor of that motion? Opposed? That's carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. What's the Tippett Road one is next?
Item 10.
We don't have any deputants. Any questions of staff? Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I guess this was brought to council and referred to this committee with the understanding that staff would develop a policy surrounding the prepayment of development charges, which would obviously trigger a discount to the applicant. I see a report. I don't see a policy on how to manage this issue. I'm wondering.
So who's the staff member who's going to answer that question?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the nature of the report is to provide advice on the motion or the proposal, and to provide context for considering that proposal.
It's not about a policy.
That's correct.
So the whole idea of taking it off the council floor was to give staff the time to develop a framework so it wouldn't be a hodgepodge of motions coming forward, various applicants who wanted to prepay their development charges, and obviously they would save money. Is there an issue with
I'm watching out for
with this strategy to save affordable housing? Isn't saving affordable housing a key mission of the city right now, and an
Through you,
alignment
Mr.
with
Deputy Mayor, I think I've been advised that the discussions I think that are being sought to be had would need to occur in camera.
Well, there's 2 reports, Ms. Deputy City Manager. There is a public report, and there is a confidential attachment.
So I'll just intervene there. So what I'm going to ask staff to do is after Councillor Pasternak asks a question, if staff could say that they can't answer that without going in camera, or answer the question. Just to provide clarity.
Well, it's up to them. If they think they can only answer in private, then they should say so.
That's what
I'm trying to gear my questions.
That's what I've asked them to do, Councillor.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Do you have another question?
So when it came to Airbnb and Uber and e-scooters, cannabis, these different challenges were once illegal, and wasn't it the responsibility of city staff to develop a policy so that we can manage difficult public policy issues?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, certainly those circumstances were about matters that were being brought under a regulatory regime. My understanding, I think there's others that can speak more on this particular item, that there is a matter of a legislative framework that exists to deal with the matter at hand. So it will be a discussion around that, the statutory framework related to this particular item. Your examples are where we created regulatory frameworks to permit an action and license it in accordance with the City of Toronto Act.
Would it be fair to say we created a policy?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we created bylaws. We created a legal framework, not a policy regarding it.
We have a policy regarding Airbnb and Uber and e-scooters.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, what we have...
adopted them at council. I don't know what I was voting on.
Sir, what we have are actual bylaws enacted by council, which have legal standing and recognition. So I hear what you're saying. It's not a policy per se. It is a law that people are bound to comply with, all of those circumstances.
So in April of 2018, a motion came before council allowing developers in the Lawrence Heights area to prepay development charges. It was adopted by council. On April 24th, 2018, legal said nothing at the time. Could that precedent set by council be in fact our policy?
Mr. Chair, through you all, it's city legal. I'll respond to that. I'll just back up. In terms of policy, the bylaw already sets out the policy in terms of providing for development charge relief for affordable housing. On page 4 of the public portion, you will see that 50 of the rental units were exempt under the city's bylaw. The 50 ownership units received funding through a city program. So I don't think there already is a policy in place. The motion that was filed raised some legal issues. They're dealt with in the confidential section, and we can deal with those if we go into camera. But in terms of there being a policy, I just wanted to point out that the bylaw does set out a policy, and there are other policies that the Affordable Housing Group applies to help the building of affordable housing units.
Okay. We've gone beyond your time. I'd like to give you time to speak, and we're approaching 6:30, so why don't Councillor if no one has any further questions, we can move to speakers. And Councillor Pasternak, do you wish to speak?
Well, I'll just simply say that this was brought to my attention by an applicant who is very dedicated to our affordable housing initiatives, both in the rental and in the ownership area. This applicant secured letters of support from our Affordable Housing Office for this motion and from Create TO. Precedent was set by council in April of 2018 to prepay development charges to avoid increases, to better subsidize affordable options in the marketplace. I agreed to take it off the council floor on a good faith informal promise that staff would work on a policy that this could somehow be done. We've dealt with far more complicated issues in the city, which I've mentioned before, which we've had to develop bylaws, policy, cannabis, Uber, Airbnb, e-scooters are coming. And yet we couldn't do it with this to help ease affordable ownership, affordable rental, a key policy initiative of the city. So I have no motion. I think it should go back up to council, but I understand you're moving something on behalf of the mayor on this item. So I would only express my disappointment that either were committed to affordable housing, affordable ownership, affordable rental, and that we provide good corporate partners with the opportunity to prepay their development charges, even if you'd come back and put limitations on that, or guidelines on that, or conditions on that. I think that would have been good, sound policy. And that's how you grow your affordable housing stock, not this way.
Thank you. Would you like to speak?
Very brief.
Okay.
So we do have a program of deferral for ownership and of waiving development charges on affordable housing. We can't be creating new programs every time. If this was a new program, we have a development charge bylaw that was implemented. There's increases that are coming at scheduled dates that have been announced to the industry on a anticipated basis, on an incremental basis, because this was all negotiated. I think that there's a commitment to affordable housing. Can we create some closer relationships in terms of the planning? Absolutely. But I think we need to be careful. We tried really hard, the mayor's office, myself, there's a lot of people involved to create this policy, to create this program. So I just ask people, let's just be careful in what we're doing in here, because there's different ways to support affordable housing without breaking the law.
Okay. Thank you. I have a motion. I'm going to speak. I have a motion that I'm moving on behalf of the mayor, which will in essence have the effect of replacing the recommendations. So there it is. Executive Committee adopt the recommendations contained in the supplementary report, and that confidential attachment 1 remain confidential discretion of the city solicitor, as it contains information that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. All right. All those seeing no further motions, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. That's the item. Thank you, everyone. We're done.
Good timing. We're done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dogs and cats.